Hello everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG, and today we've got a little bit of a wild Friday. We have the new D4 Season 5 Campfire coming up in 14 minutes. And don't worry, for this, we will go full screen, okay? And after that, we have Dev Chat Bingo with Mike for last Epoch. Somehow they both fell on a Friday. Hello. What are these campfire sounds I'm hearing? Did you not see the scene? It's a campfire. Duh. Guilty. Hello. Linda, hello. Sorry I missed you. Sorry I missed the raid. I tried Lost Ark, but it didn't click with me, so I'm playing Wolcen now. Oh boy, everybody. Wolcen, Lords of Mayhem. Now that is something. That is a something. You mean you are not going to play the new MMO Taurus? I've never even heard of that. Send me the trailer, Rotten Gamer. Send me the trailer on Discord. I should probably just leave this in the right. Oh, I have Discord up now. Leave this in the right so people know we're gonna watch it. Love me some Wolcen, do you? I want this starting soon background. Who is responsible? You want to take my background? Alpha, what's up, sir? Hello, hello. What the hell are we doing? Oh, I just logged into Rune Master. This is Iron Man. I logged into Iron Man.
You better watch this. Don't make me come to Idaho.
I better watch what? D4? I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it. And thank you for the tier 2 sub, sir. Supporting our TP plus. What is this D4? I know you hate D4. I don't hate D4. Making people watch the D4 Campfire is just cruel. No, it isn't. People are gonna like it. Little Will G. I see what you did there. Hello. Anyone out there? I'm here. What's up, YouTube? Hello. I see you. Be right back when it starts. Yeah, and again, we will go full screen when it starts. You know, let's do this. Whoa, you hear that? Here, let's switch Discord to the other side. I want a D2R campfire, oh yeah? I'm gonna watch it, Wrath. Don't you worry. Today is season 5 announcement, right? Man, I mean, again, love them or hate them, Blizzard has like the pedal to the metal on D4. Friggin' all the updates, mid-season updates, events, anniversary events, campfires, expansion announcement. I mean, they're friggin' on it. They are on it. Okay, it's on Discord. All right, let's see. What do you got for me today? General. Ron Gamer wants to know if I'm going to play this. Stargate? I've never even heard of that. Oh no, more D4 talk. What is wrong with D4 talk? I ain't even heard of that one, Rotten. I ain't even heard of that one. Oh, I bet Frosty's licking his chops at a D4 campfire, you know? Also, everybody, I have the unfortunate news that our next Town Portal guest can't make it this Wednesday. It's okay. It's fine. Rip. I know. I'll just have Brow on. It's a Chinese ripoff of WoW. With more pay to win. I'm glad we watched it.
Season 4 is going to be the biggest update we have ever made to Diablo 4 since it has launched.
Our focus on Season 4 is to really make a lot of evergreen updates to the core systems of Diablo 4.
In Season 4, we're ramping the intensity across the seasonal and eternal realms through a
Again,
collection
we
of
will
new
go
activities
full screen
aimed at
once
ensuring
the
moment-to-moment
campfire
gameplay
actually
experience
starts.
is as exciting and rewarding when how it comes to Sanctuary.
Season 4 item changes are some of the biggest changes we've made to Diablo 4 thus far.
We've never done anything like this. We are fundamentally changing how you engage with items, how you upgrade them, and along the way solving a lot of things that we've seen continually from our community that we agree with are pain points of our existing item system right now.
So in this new itemization system, we're focusing on narrowing down the scope of the base affixes. They're going to be a lot simpler, they're going to be fewer in number, so you can much more easily parse whether this item is useful for you, and if it is, then you can take it and further upgrade
which
it and
item is
customize it to
better.
your own specific build.
That is very correct.
Tempering is a new system that allows you to really customize the gear that you find. In order to temper, you will need to go to the blacksmith and then choose the recipe
If you
that
played
you wish
last
to temper
Epoch,
from,
you know
and
how to
then
craft
a random
in
affix
D4.
from that recipe will be attached onto your gear. Tempering recipes can be found from almost all of the content throughout Sanctuaries.
So you will actually be looking for tempering recipes that go directly with what you're envisioning. Maybe you're thinking, I'm going to play a frost sorceress. There are also going to be recipes that are more generic and maybe are just generally good for the sorceress.
This is my lightning
you'll
whip
be able to choose
rune
which one you
master.
think is going to be most powerful
Also titled
with the build you're making for your class.
Iron Man.
We're making a
I
pretty
want to
radical
update
change to the Codex
this
of
and
Power
then
in this season,
start a
based again
channeling
on the feedback that has
disintegrate.
been coming from our players.
Now, every single legendary in the game will be entered into your Codex of Power so that you can continually imprint the best possible version of that legendary onto your gear.
So going forward, there will no longer be carrying around all of these aspect crystals in your inventory. It's all going to be in the Codex of Power. So part of the final system that we have is going to be greater affixes. What's a greater affix? Well, we want to keep it compelling that there are some drops that are even better than the others when you're trying to get the perfect build at endgame. Because of this, in World Tier 4 and only in World Tier 4, when an ancestral legendary item drops, there's a chance the affixes on it can roll as greater affixes. These will roll with bigger values that are normally available for that affix.
Greater affixes are fairly rare, but they're not impossible to find. While leveling up, you're going to be able to find upgrades much more easily with this new system.
Another part of itemization is going to be masterworking. Now, this is something really intended for that very high end game, again, World Tier 4. This is where a player is going to take an item, already has the affixes that they want on it, but now they go through a process of upgrading those affixes, getting even higher values on them.
Masterworking really starts at level 100. Once you've already completed your build and found some of the best items, you're going to be able to test your build against the powerful enemies of the pit.
The pit is a new endgame system that has been added in this season that is going to challenge players that feel that they have largely maximized their build.
By pushing into more difficult tiers of the pit, you're going to be able to unlock rarer crafting materials to masterwork your gear even further.
You're gonna have to play some of the hardest content in the game, but once you do, if you're successful, you can go and make those affixes even stronger.
In Season 4, we're ramping the intensity of the Helltides through the inclusion of a variety of new activities, the first of which is a doubling down and rise of the cultists' presence throughout the tide. You're going to be running through the Helltide, seeing the cultists just conjuring up swarms and swarms of demons, adding to that sense of manic and chaos that they're pretty well known for. The other archetype that we're adding is the presence of the Doomsayers, who were unfortunate enough to be caught out in the tide and basically just lost their minds to all of the mania going on around them.
Lost their minds.
And lastly, rounding out the new activities are just the inclusion of the Iron Wolves. They're finally joining the fight. They could no longer stand in the sidelines, seeing the Helltides and Hell's forces intensify their assault on Sanctuary. As Season 4 players engage and progress through the Call of the Wolves seasonal activity, they'll earn honor with the Iron Wolves, unlocking access to a vast assortment of rewards to accompany and empower your Season 4 journeys. In the updated Helltide, for players who are able to stay alive long enough, they'll be paid a visit by the Hellborn, former heroes of Sanctuary who have aligned with the forces of Hell to attack the allies they once aligned with. Players who are able to take down the Hellborn will be acquiring the materials they need to engage with the new premier Helltide activity, the Accursed Rituals. Located in the Helltide, these Accursed Rituals are pretty much just botched rituals from the cultists that players will be kickstarting for themselves, drawing the attention of all the nearby Helltide monsters in this kind of all-out battle. One of my favorite themes for these ambushes is the Hellworm. It's literally a giant hell slug beast that emerges from the ground and it spews out a whole bunch of mobs at you. If you're able to survive that, you'll be paid a visit from the Blood Maiden, our brand new
D4
Helltide
bingo,
mini-boss, and one of the ultimate
We would
challenges
just be
in the new
feedback
experience.
on every square.
So I think I'm actually most excited about this season because of what you're able to do with your old characters, how they can integrate with this new item game and take them to new levels of power with this system.
I think that the best part of this update is that you're going to be really empowered to build the character that you want to play. You're going to be able to pick custom affixes and enhance your character in a lot of new and interesting ways.
All right, here we go. Season 5 Campfire.
Happy Friday, Diablo community. Welcome to another Diablo 4 Campfire chat. I am Adam Fletcher. I'm joined here by a very familiar face, Mr. Adam Jackson.
Hello, hello.
The Adams have invaded. We've taken over.
Won.
We have taken over. We actually are joined by one additional person, and this person is tuning in, patching in. I don't know what the phoning in. I don't know. From Albany, Blizzard Albany, and that's Mr. Dan Tangway. Dan, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure thing. Hi, I'm Dan Tangway, and I'm one of the lead seasons designers for Diablo 4. And yeah, we've got a lot of exciting stuff to share with you.
Awesome.
He looks pretty
Great to hear
excited.
from Dan. Dan is kind of like melting in Albany. I believe it's very, very warm up there. It's actually warmer there than California, which is kind of crazy. But
It is, yeah.
look at this. Adam and Adam.
Ooh, I love it.
We did
no
it.
More Joes.
Yeah,
We
no
did
more
it.
Joes. Where's Joe Pipora? Not
I always
here.
work out during
He's actually
these.
on vacation,
That
so
keeps
that's
me
the
awake.
that's the reason why he's not here. But we have a lot to talk about today. We are actually going to be talking about Season 5 in the PTR. And we do want to, there's been a lot going on with Diablo 4 over the last couple months.
Yeah.
Obviously, Season 4 is launched. We had our mid-season update last week. We introduced pets. Which is
just
really
a
cool.
random update,
Just
pets,
no
yeah.
one expected it, but we did introduce pets within Season 4.
Pets are
and at the
actually
same time,
great
we
in the
also,
game.
Had our release date announcement for Vessel of Hatred,
sure did. Huge
which is
news.
October 8th.
Yep.
So lots and lots and lots of cool stuff that's going on with Diablo 4, and we have more to share today. But of course, with PTR, we do need to talk a little bit of the housekeeping stuff to make sure that players are aware of it and when it's going to start. Currently, we have Season 5 PTR actually starting next Tuesday, and that is on the 25th. It will run for 1 week, similar to the Season 4 PTR. It is PC BattleNet only again. It is just easier for us to be able to get builds up and get things out and get feedback in really quickly when we have it on PC BattleNet. So that will be going live next Tuesday. Everything that we're talking about today will be in a blog that will go live after the stream, as well as patch notes will be going live after the stream, and they're pretty beefy in themselves, or in it. I don't know. It's Friday, you guys. We haven't done a Friday stream, and I don't know. It's been a while. It's been a long while. For feedback, though, we will be opening up our PTR forums for players to actually be able to submit feedback. So the Diablo 4 forums will have a special section for PTR. And then separately, if you do want to leave feedback on other avenues, such as like Reddit or the Community Sanctuary Discord, places like that, we most definitely end up combing through all the different various ways of
PTR
players being able to provide
Tuesday,
feedback
the
specifically
25th
from that end.
through the 2nd.
For this PTR, we will note that this one will be a little different than Season 4 in regards to how you can start off characters. There will still be character boosts like what we had with the Season 4 PTR. I believe it's actually moved to a different city. I can't recall. I think we had it in Kiyovoshad before, and I believe it's in a different city, and I don't recall which city it is. It's in the blog, though. But all that information will be there after the stream. Separately, we did incorporate a character copy feature, but we initiated this character copy already. No one knows this, but as of yesterday, characters were copied from your accounts over to PTR. So it gives you a little bit of variety of being able to take over some of those characters that you've already built out.
Oh, wow.
Or,
that is going to make
you know,
PTR
if you want to, you can still
extremely
use the character
easy.
boost. I will
Level
note,
100 Barb is already
we
there.
do want players to be experiencing it in like a variety of ways, like whether using your other your current characters that we're copying over, or if you're using some of the character boosts. We do recommend, or if you want to level up from level 1,
too,
like that's another option as well. It allows us to get feedback from all different aspects. So we do recommend, trying it out in different ways and providing feedback of like how things feel, how things flow within the PTR itself. So that is all kind of like the general housekeeping notes that we do have. Oh, and I will say that I believe we actually did.
What's up, Wes?
We did correct that Codex of Power reset thing as well.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I remember that was plaguing some people last season. We did correct that, so it won't reset. I believe every single time you end up like creating a new character or boosting a new character, I believe. And then separately on the forums, we will have a known issues list. Because it's PTR, it's an early build, so we want to make sure that people are aware of that. And with PTR, when we take in feedback, it's great for players to be able to like provide all various forms of feedback. I will say by the time Season 5 launches, we will try our best to get as much of that feedback in. If it's something that's like a massive, like a huge overhaul or something like that, I wouldn't expect it in Season 5, but it is good to hear that feedback because it might be something that we end up incorporating maybe in the future for like a future season from that end.
Yeah, it's very useful. So
But,
totally
yeah,
helps us
I
drive
agree,
future
Ron. I
decisions.
like it
And
too.
even we did a lot of reaction to PTR feedback in season 4. If I remember right, we did like a whole lot on our team at least, and I expect
King No Mercy, thank you so much.
Exactly.
I appreciate
Send
it.
it in; it's very useful.
Try.
And then one last thing I do want to note is because players have probably seen when Season 4 is ending, which is currently in early August.
August
you can see
6th.
that kind of like on your character select screen when you're jumping into the game. I will note that Season 5 is a little bit shorter of a season than what we've had beforehand. Season 5 itself will run until that October 8th date with Vessel of Hatred, because Vessel of Hatred is actually the start of Season 6. So we did want to at least clarify, make sure, because we've heard a lot of those questions of like, hey, is Vessel of Hatred hitting in the middle of Season 5, things like that. So we did want to note that from that end. But enough of the housekeeping notes. I know a lot of players want to hear about Season 5 in itself. And so Mr. Dan Tangway from the sweltering
I finished True Grit, and then I started watching the John Wayne True Grit last night.
Season 5.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, let's dive into the new features on PTR for Season 5. Just to give you a little bit of context, we did some early brainstorming for Season 5, and we knew that, we needed to build out the end game. So end game, we've heard y'all that end game is very important. And Season 4, we added the pit into the end game, and some people have been playing Helltides into the end game, but we still want to expand the end game a bit more, right? So if it's an end game activity, we definitely need something that's rewarding and very replayable. We also wanted to make something with a lot of monsters. I mean, monster density and just entering that feeling of flow state's really important for players. We needed something that had stakes, and we wanted players to push their luck. And finally, we really wanted to return to hell. Previous Diablo games let you return to hell after you defeat the big boss, but Diablo 4 hadn't done that yet. And so with all those goals in mind, let me introduce you to the Infernal Hordes. Now, let me give you a quick summary of what the Infernal Hordes is. It's a wave-based gameplay mode with survivor-like choices in between the waves, and it'll culminate with an all-new boss encounter. And then the rewards build on top of itemization 2.0 that came in Season 4. So, now how do you go about confronting the Internal Hordes? How do you get back to hell?
The Eternal Hordes
I think we can
in
queue
hell.
up some footage, and then I'll talk you through some of the ways you get back to hell. All right, first off, you're going to unlock, the activity for hell with a brisk Eternal questline starting at World Tier 3 in Zarbinzet. That's where you need to go in the PTR. Now you need a new type of key called a compass, which you can see down in the inventory below here. And like Nightmare Dungeons, the compasses all have a starting monster difficulty and a number of revives. And there are 8 levels of difficulty with escalating challenge and rewards.
So it's just like
As you
a
can
sigil.
see, it's a very Nightmare Dungeon-like flow here. And then compasses can be upgraded to higher tiers with all new consumables called Abyssal Scrolls. So you'll get a chance to play with all these new features when you're in the PTR. But let's really talk about the gameplay itself, and I think we've got some footage of the wave-based play that we can show off here. First off, gonna have a lot of monsters. Now, you have one monster here. This is the start of Wave 1, and so you defeat this Aether Fiend, and it's gonna drop something called Burning Aether, which is a new currency. Now, this new currency is specific to Hell, and you use it to unlock the spoils of Hell at the end of a run. And at the end of each wave, there's going to be what's called the Infernal Offer. So let's get through this wave and we'll take a look at the Infernal Offer. Now you see these hands reaching out from hell itself, and they're tempting you with a choice. You're going to choose the form of your destructor. You're going to pick a boon and a bane that impacts the rest of your run. And so now you've chosen a boon and a bane, and that's going to modify the gameplay that comes up next. So here you're jumping into one of the new activities that also unlocks Aether in this. And this is a Soul Spire. It's pretty similar to a Hell Spire that you'd see in Helltide. And you have to kill a number of enemies within that ring in order to be able to earn an Aether. And you can upgrade Soul Spires from the Infernal Offer as well if you like. And then finally, what you need to do is complete the number of waves in order to be able to confront the boss. And so you see in this particular run, you're at 5 of 5 waves. So you are just about ready once you defeat this wave to go confront the new bosses for the Infernal Hordes. So we'll finish collecting our Aether here, find our last number of enemies, and I think we're good. I think we're ready to go. So let's take a look at our new bosses. I think we've got some cool art to share here. So these are the Fell Council. There are going to be some familiar faces for Diablo 2 players. They are resurrected versions of the Council.
On YouTube, people are saying little g, PoE map making, kind of like Ultimatum.
Former High Priest of the Zakarum. And they had promised to basically take care of Mephisto after he'd been trapped in the Soul Stone. And he'd been hidden down in Kurast and Travincal. And of course, as it happens, Mephisto corrupted them, both in mind first and then their bodies. And they became demons who are just zealous and serve him without question. And so we thought it was going to be really cool to be able to resurrect them and bring them back for Diablo 4, and they fit great in hell. We had to tweak their power sets a little bit to fit the D4 combat system. So we gave them new titles and new looks to really reflect their combat specialties.
Yeah, it's incredibly awesome to see these guys come back. You know, it's giving very nostalgic vibes of doing a bunch of, you know, Durance of Hate runs for Mephisto and doing Meph runs and everything like that. Exciting. So yeah, it's really awesome to see him back in Season 5.
Yeah, I agree. Diablo 2 is certainly near and dear to our hearts here out in New York. And yeah, we're really glad to have him back, and we hope to see hopefully more returning new faces in the future too. So let's take a look at that boss encounter now. So I showed you a number of members of the Fell Council here. We've actually built 5 of them in total, but you're only going to fight 3 at a time. Now we keep 2 in the hopper basically, and we do that because we want to have a whole bunch of replay associated with this boss fight. And because we're only using 3 of the 5, there's actually 10 variations of this boss fight you can fight randomly as you do your Infernal run. And so we're going to basically kill them off. And once you defeat one, the fight will actually escalate. Actually, it probably escalates even if you just take down a certain amount of health, if I remember correctly. And it escalates. Basically, their attacks become more powerful. And then they start really getting even more powerful kind of room clearing attacks towards the end. But we've defeated them here, and this is the reward moment I actually wanted to talk through with you, because this is something that really ties into itemization 2.0. You've got several chests here, and you've got a choice of the rewards you get at the end of your Infernal run. You can choose from a chest that contains all new legendaries and uniques. You can choose from a chest that contains all sorts of crafting materials, including masterworking materials, so you don't need to go to the pit anymore exclusively to get masterworking materials. You've got a chest that allows you just to get a whole bunch of gold. I know people out there are really asking for gold, and this is going to be a good source of it. And finally, even though it wasn't shown here, you have a chest that guarantees a single item with a greater affix on it. And so we thought we'd want to try this out and see how people respond to it. And we thought it would be pretty exciting. You know, certainly in Season 4, I'm really trying to get some more greater affixes. So I'd love to have this in Season 5. So yeah, let's take a closer look at some of the uniques you can farm from the Infernal Horde, since we're talking about rewards already. So we're going to queue up some footage here.
It does remind me of Helltides.
So first up, we've got the Basilisk. And so this is going to be a new unique staff for druids. And so when you hit an enemy with an earth skill, it'll petrify them and deal physical damage. So turning the monsters to stone, always cool. But it's also cool that you can CC your target and boost your initial attack here. So this one's pretty exciting for you druid players out there. All right, next up, we've got the Third Blade. Now this is a unique sword for barbarians. This one makes your weapon mastery skills be treated as core skills that cost fury. Even though they deal a little reduced damage, this one's pretty exciting because now you can start making all sorts of new builds that you've never seen before. So we're really interested to see what the community comes up with here.
I like that.
All right, next up. We've got the
Rupture, a core
Morticrux.
skill.
Now, the Morticrux is a new unique dagger for Necros. So when you consume a corpse, there's a chance that you'll create a skeletal simulacrum that seeks out enemies. And when it dies, it explodes. So essentially, you're making a skelly
Like
bomb
Maelstrom.
when you consume the corpses.
Exactly.
And so that's just going to seek out targets and explode. I think that'd be pretty handy for my Necro this season. So I'm looking forward to that one, too.
Gazzy likes that one.
Next up, we have the Umbracrux. Now, the Umbracrux is a new unique dagger for rogues. So if you use a Subterfuge skill, you'll create a totem. And if you hit that totem with an attack, it replicates any of the damage it takes to all nearby enemies. And so it's a great way for essentially replicating and doubling down on the damage that you're dealing in a particular area. All right, next up we've got the Vox Omnium. Now the Vox Omnium is a new unique staff for Sorks. And so when you cast a core skill, it's going to cast an additional 2 basic projectiles based on the previous elements used. And so this allows you to really start comboing your core and basic skills together. And if you decide to have different elements associated with those core and basic skills, now you can start casting fire and lightning and cold all at the same time. So we're pretty excited about this one too. And the final one we're going to share out here is actually a new set of boots that's available for all classes. And these are called Rakanath's Wake. And so whenever you use an ability with a cooldown, you'll trigger an explosion dealing fire damage. And so really, it's pretty straightforward. You're going to bathe your enemies in flames whenever you use a cooldown skill. So maybe I'm going to...
When you cast a skill with a cooldown, you explode dealing fire damage. Triple Shout Barbarian.
Legendaries that are going in to the Infernal Hordes. I think there are 10 uniques overall and over 20 legendaries that you can farm from the Infernal Hordes. So there's going to be a lot to chase down in there.
That's awesome. Thank you, Dan, for sharing, going through all that stuff. I know with players jumping in on PTR, especially for and trying out Infernal Hordes and everything, what's kind of the top things that you really want them to kind of hone in on, give feedback on, check on for PTR?
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely need feedback on the PTR. It's super critical to ensuring that, the Infernal Hordes and all the rewards feel great for when the season launches. So here are some of the topics that, we could use some help on. First off, just how is the Infernal Hordes gameplay? How do the boons and banes feel? Which ones do you like the most or the least? And these are types of things that'll help us fine tune that experience.
Okay.
Similarly, how is it acquiring?
He's just saying what feedback they need. Let me just quickly give my thoughts. More endgame is always good. Okay. Now unique endgame is better. So something different than what you were doing. In action RPGs, a lot of times this will happen. And what I like to call it is an illusion of choice. You get to pick your reward at the end. You get to pick how you set up the fight. In these games, it's all about optimized strategy. You know that within the first week, you already have all your crafting materials. You already have all your recipes. You are only opening the chest that's going to give you an item that gives you a greater affix. 99% of people are going to open the same chest. And then someone's going to run the numbers and know that this is the most optimal way to run it. And then you're just fighting hordes of enemies for reward. Fight hordes of enemies for reward. I'm not saying it's bad, but it is definitely not something unique.
Like jumping into Hell Tides if you want to. You can jump into Infernal Hordes. Yep. When you get to 85 or something like that, you can jump into Pits. So there's now more or Nightmare Dungeons, obviously, when you're you're upgrading your glyphs and everything. So there's a lot of different variety now for
gotta have meaningful chase.
Level up a character, especially as you're going to that mid to late game phase of your character's journey, you could say.
Yeah, something else to bring up for the rewards for the Infernal Horde as well that I want to clarify. So Dan mentioned about, there's going to be uniques that are there that you can target farm in the Infernal Hordes. There's actually going to be a group of uniques and legendaries that you're able to target farm in that piece of content in the Infernal Hordes. So You're also kind of similar to how the normal game works, you know, how you can target farm a unique from a boss, but you can find it anywhere else in the world. It's the same way here where you can get these new uniques and legendaries anywhere, but you have a better chance, you know, if you're targeting them in the Infernal Hordes. And this is the first time that we're doing this with a group of legendaries as well. We have legendary powers that are actually able to be target farmed in the Infernal Hordes, which is actually something a little bit new to the game. So I just wanted to clarify that. And in addition to that, we're also adding new uniques and legendaries to the rest of the game as well, in addition to this.
Yep.
So there's actually a very large group of uniques. I think it's over 50 or something.
Yeah, wait, there's over there's over 50 new uniques and legendaries.
Did he say
coming
we
50
have a lot
or
coming.
15?
A lot more to talk about there too. So.
Yeah,
He didn't say
this was just
50.
kind of a small preview of what people are looking at here, and they'll be able to jump in more and actually check it out on PTR because all of them will be present there. And I know Adam is actually going to talk through a few additional ones here later.
New
but,
uniques is insanity.
Dan, this is awesome. Can't wait for players to jump in. I appreciate you informing and providing all the new updates and everything.
It's exciting.
Yep.
From the sweltering heat of Albany, I'm going to keep bringing it up. They canceled school up there. It's crazy.
That's nuts.
No, got it.
Like,
Thanks,
that's
Steve.
absolutely insane. But we will be seeing Dan again here later, especially when we get into Q&A at the end. But Dan, thank you again. I think
you're welcome. Yeah.
Awesome. Appreciate it. And then I think we're going to jump into a little bit of some balance and class updates with Mr. Adam Jackson. So.
Yeah, let's get to it. We have a lot to talk about. I think we have, so the topics I'm going to be covering today, we've got unique items. We're going to be talking quite a bit about that. We've got some updates to mythic uniques that are very exciting and near and dear to my heart. And then we've got your standard class updates, a lot of stuff coming in Season 5. One thing to clarify here is that we are going to be releasing the patch notes soon, so I'm not going to be going over every single class update because there's a ton of them. Kind of similar to Season 4. I'm really only going to highlight just like one major thing for each class on the stream today, but you'll be able to see all the things that we're doing in the patch notes. There's a lot. So first, uniques. We have some quality of life updates here, really targeting how you get uniques that I'm pretty pumped about to announce here today. So you can now target farm uniques from 3 additional sources. You can target them from Obol vendors, Helltide chests, and Whisper caches. These places where you've always been able to, kind of target farm certain gear slots and not been able to get uniques, and you're wondering, well, why couldn't we do that? That stinks. Well, now you can, and it's awesome, and I love it. So here, just to give some more detail into how this works, is basically when you open, like, I'm just gonna use Helltide chest as an example, right? If you want a specific unique weapon, let's say, you can just simply target the weapon Helltide chests, and you'll be able to have a chance to get only unique weapons for your class from those chests. So when you're targeting a specific thing, you just go to the the place that has that slot, whether it's the Obol vendor, the Helltide chest, or the Whisper cache, and you'll have a chance to get uniques that are targeted for that slot. So it kind of adds, while you're doing your normal grind of doing the boss ladder, killing.
I'm wondering if they want to push the game towards D3, where your whole character is uniques.
True for mythic uniques. So I'll just give an example here of exactly how this works. Let's say that you want to get, Harlequin Crest, a Shaco, or Andariel's Visage. You don't want to target those helms. You could be targeting helms from Helltide, targeting helms, and when you turn in your Obols to the Obol vendor. And every time, if you get a mythic unique, you will get one of those 2 from that source. Now, also to clarify, let's say that you are like targeting gloves for some reason. We don't have any mythic unique gloves yet. Then if you were to get a mythic unique, you still can. It'll just give you a random one instead, since you can't target one in that slot. So pretty exciting way to target kind of the things that you want while you're farming for the things that you want.
It's going to be amazing.
So I'm
I know
really
I know we've heard a lot of players going like, hey, we do the end game bosses a whole lot. We're trying to. And you can actually find them just in the open world as well. We've actually seen a lot of cases, especially with this past season, where players are jumping into Helltide and they're actually finding them there. But now it's an additional options for players, which I think will be a lot better for just overall finding some of the gear that everyone really wants.
Someone who for the last 3 seasons, my uniques have always come from the Beast and Ice, I am very selfishly invested in getting this into the game.
Yes. So.
All right, let's talk about other unique updates here. We're going to be making a whole lot of updates to our unique items, so I'm going to be covering a lot today. We've heard your feedback, and we're going to be doing some updates here. To clarify, before I go into what the updates are, you are going to be seeing these updates to like the way that we think about and our philosophy around uniques and how they work. You're going to be seeing them in the PTR for the new uniques coming into Season 5. Between the PTR and the launch, you'll be seeing in the Season 5 launch these updates to all the existing uniques in the game.
Correct.
So when Season 5 comes out, basically all the uniques will get these updates that I'm about to talk about. But in the PTR, you're only going to really see this in the new uniques coming into the game. Yeah, there. So now we can go on to the next part. All right, so the team's been talking a lot. As many of you probably know, in Season 4, when we did Optimization 2.0, we didn't really update the uniques almost at all in the game, right? We didn't do like a big pass to like cover how they exist in tempering or anything like that. So the team's been talking a lot about, you know, what is the role of uniques in Diablo 4? Like, how are they different from legendary items? Because they're kind of similar in that they both give you, you know, legendary power that's really strong. But how are they different, and what do we want them to be long-term? And we've kind of landed on a few things here that I'm going to talk about. The first one is that, you know, they're powerful and exciting items that kind of direct players to builds, right? So imagine you're a Fireball Sork, you know, we've got 2 uniques for you. They really target you. You're going to feel a lot better playing with Fireball when you take them. You know, we want you to take these things and kind of level up your build. They're moments of like very large incremental power where you feel like you're, you know, filling in your fantasy as a class. The next one is that they're kind of pick up and play, right? They're easy to evaluate. The moment that you pick up the unique, you know whether it's a good one or a bad one. We want this to be a little bit different from legendary powers.
Does this look
where,
like
you know, you pick
Predator
it up and you kind of go
on
a
his
journey
shirt?
Where, you know, you make it into something that's
That's all
really
I
good.
keep seeing.
A unique,
Predator.
you know when you pick it up whether or not it's one that you want to keep or one that you don't. And then the last one, pretty obvious, but was worth saying, you know, they're kind of more rare chase items that players don't see very often. You know, when you're going through the end game, you're seeing legendary powers.
Uniques. Build defining. You need them to unlock a build. Plug and play. They're decently rolled and ready to go. Chase.
And look through a lot of them. Uniques, you do want to get a good one, obviously, but not nearly as often as like a legendary power. We don't need that aspect of their design. So they are more rare, they're harder to get, but when you get it, it's kind of like a more exciting moment, like, did I get the perfect one? And then if not, you go and try and get the next one. So let's talk a little about our goals for the update that we're going to be doing here. One of the things that we come to a lot that we talk about on the team is this idea, I like this quote of like, players build their legendaries and players build around their uniques, right? Your legendary power is very, or your legendary items are very malleable. You know, the moment you get it, you don't know yet if it's going to be the best in slot item, but it has a chance to be. But they're also like able to fit in a lot of different ways. You can manipulate their stats via, you know, enchanting, via tempering, and masterworking. And so there's a lot that you can do with the item once you've gotten it. Whereas uniques, they're a lot more static,
Predator,
right? The stats on them can't change. You can't really manipulate them very much. And sometimes they have maybe qualities to them or stats that are a little bit inconvenient, and you got to figure out like, how do I overcome this little detriment or make my build into where it's a plus instead of a detriment, right? Like, it's a fixed thing that you have to build around, which is very different than a legendary. Also, ideally, we want players to run 2 to 4 uniques in their build. You know, one of the difficult parts of this, and I think we're going to be continuing to work on with the balance and design of uniques, is that, you know, we want you to run some, but we don't want you to run all of them in your build, right?
He's answering all my questions.
I can very easily make you run no uniques, and I can very easily make you run like every slot is a unique by making them really, really crazy, right? We want these to fit in such a way that you're running some of them, the ones that are applicable to your build, or maybe some spicy ones here or there that you try and, you know, like make in a special way to work with you. But not all of them. I would say right now, like on live in Season 4, players are running more like 0 to 2 in their build, so it's not as much as we want, which means that we want to update them to make them a little bit more attractive. And another one is we kind of want to move away from these generic fits-all build styles of uniques, right? One thing that I know a lot of players have talked about in the past that we've had is that some of our uniques are just so generically good, and this is particularly scary for us when it's like what we call a generic unique, which is one where every class can use it. And so, like, if every class can use it and every build can use it, and it's better than like the build-specific or class-specific stuff, then it just becomes best in slot for everybody, and we've taken away your agency and your choice because you're just going to target this item and ignore everything else, right? The only items in the game that we really want to fit that role are like
good work,
mythic
Alpha,
uniques, where they're across all classes and they're so good, but they're also extremely rare. So you're very excited to see them whenever you see one. But all the other regular uniques, we don't want to fit that design space. So we're going to be trying to move away from these ones and readjust them and redesign them a little bit where they fit into all kinds of builds and kind of target something that they're really good at or that's a little bit more unique about them and make them really good at that and less generically good at everything.
It's funny because everyone's in the chat going like, oh, rip Shaco, but we just literally, we just said.
Mythics is not what I'm, they're a different beast here. I'm talking about all your regular ones. Yeah, Shaco's still going to be just as good, if not better, honestly.
If not better.
All right, so enough preamble, right? What are we actually doing? So we're going to be doing 2 big updates to uniques. The first one is we're going to be increasing the upper power of the unique effects and the roll range. We're going to be doing increasing the range from an average of 10 to 20 rolls, which I'll explain in a second. And then we're also going to be increasing the upper power of like how much you can get from the rolls. This is really just buffing pretty much most uniques across the board.
Pop Nemo, Aaron the 26 Popa Jam, Pop Nemo, Pop Nemo.
Power juice to them. Now uniques are catching up.
Thank you,
Jags. Here I gave,
hello,
you know,
sir.
if an older unique like one on live gave you around 40 to 80% multiplicative damage, that's going to go up to like 40, 100, maybe 120, maybe even higher. Really, the mandate is as high as we can get away with without breaking things. And then we're also going to be increasing the roll range. This is like the number of possible rolls it can do from an average of 10 to 20. So it'll be a little bit harder to get basically, what we're targeting here is the discrepancy inside of a unique is a little bit wider, where the difference of like a low roll and a high roll is a little bit bigger, but the high rolls
big
are
roll ranges,
way better than
so you
they
get
were
excited
before.
if you find a
so
good
they're
one.
more exciting when you get them really good, but it's a little bit harder to get there.
Jags, we all miss you.
And the next one is going to be updating the affixes, the actual stats on the uniques. We're doing a pass on all of them, and this is kind of what we're doing. The first thing is we're changing their stats to fit with the Season 4 updates, right? We're doing the things like we did before of simplifying stats, you know, getting rid of super conditional things, making them just more generically understood and good. We're also going to be adding tempering stats. We're open to really adding whatever we want that makes the unique fit the fantasy.
Oh, geez,
so as an example here, you know, a lot of two-hand weapon uniques have a problem where they're all basically competing against bonus projectiles as an affix because you can just temper that onto your weapons, right? So when it comes to those kind of situations, we'll just slap the bonus projectiles on that unique, and now, you know, it's no longer competing in that way, or we have to kind of dance around it.
Thank you, sir.
We're also open to the idea, by the way, of breaking slot restrictions, kind of like we did in Season 2. So you can have bonus projectiles or other things on other slots. You know, like uniques are where we get to play a little bit and just really make something thematic and cool and build defining, and so they have less restrictions than everything else.
You can't trigger your own
And the other
hype
one is we're
train.
updating the stat power levels and the effects. So
Yes.
the idea here that we're thinking, and this is particularly nuancey when it comes to generic uniques, but stats that kind of fit the theme or the fantasy of the unique are going to be like way stronger than your normal stats, right? So as an example, if you have a unique that's targeting fire damage, maybe it's like a meteor or firewall on the sorcerer, whatever it may be, you know, that plus fire damage can be juiced up to be really, really high. But stats that are more like generically good, like, you know, I don't know, attack speed, max life, resist all, those ones aren't going to be juiced unless it fits the theme of the unique really well. Right, so we have an example here of one that has been a problem for us in the past, and I kind of want to go through how we would think about it. I'm not going to say exactly what we're going to do here to Tibalt's Will, but kind of give you our thought process, right?
This item's so good.
Tibalt's Will, as many of you know, in previous seasons, was kind of a problem where it just became best in slot for almost every build. You know, the famous line we say is that it was, you know, damage on pants, which was, you know, impossible to get almost anywhere else in the game. And it turned out damage on pants was really, really good, right? It also gave you damage reduction, one of the best stats in the game. And then it also gave you a bunch of, it also solved resource in many ways for you as well, right? It gave you a bunch of resource whenever you became unstoppable, which wasn't too hard to do. So it was doing a lot of things at once. It gave you, you know, a very unique effect with putting damage on a slot that you don't get it. It also gave you resource, which is something that every class wants, you know, very heavily.
And Adam, it gave you 3 extra potions.
And 3 extra potions, yes. Now that one, you know, that's all right. But yeah, so, you know, the way that we would tackle this one, to give you an idea, is like, you know, we either would kind of pick, you know, do we want to focus this on the damage aspect, that it's damage on a non-damaged slot, or maybe we focus on the resource aspect and like double down on that and make that really powerful and really cool. Or we do like a little bit of both, but if we do both, then it's not going to give you the defenses that another pants slot would give, right? Basically, in our mind, we'd be like, we want to give the minimum amount of defense where it's not just like a trash item because it has nothing. But then after that, not so much, and you're going to have to solve your defenses in other slots or somewhere else to justify getting the damage on this slot, is how we would think about it, right? And so we're having a lot of conversations now. I don't think we're going to nail every single item perfectly in this first pass. So we're really looking for feedback when you jump into Season 5 and beyond, and we'll be adjusting them. But I kind of want to give you an idea of what we're doing and kind of what we're thinking and targeting with this. So I think we can move on. So Mythic Uniques are getting a facelift here. So lots of updates here. Mythic Uniques are now going to be truly mythic. They're getting a new color beam when they drop on the ground.
They're purple.
They're coming out with an
What does
awesome
it
new
look
sound
like?
that you're going to hear in a little bit. We've got new item UI that you can see, so they have a different color. They really are going to look and feel like the special items that they are. And we have a video here to show you the sound and what it looks like on the ground. So you can see here, this beam looks very different than anything else. Isn't that sound, that echoey sound? I love it.
Sounds like a, I don't know, it sounds like you're murdering a bunch of like church organs or something like that. It's just like crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, so when this thing drops, you're definitely gonna know when you got one. No more like sifting through your uniques to see if it's actually one of the mythics. You'll know right away. So we're really excited about this. Super happy it was able to get in. All right, and last but not least, let's talk about class updates. I'm going to cover some generic things across all classes and then go through a little bit of each one. Again, this is not going to be nearly close to everything that we're doing, just a little
last Epoch.
Let's start with things across all classes. One systemic update we're doing to the game is invulnerability skills are now going to start their cooldown when the invulnerability ends instead of when the skill begins. This is really to prevent things like infinite invulnerability and really to open up design space for us on the team, because now we can be more comfortable adding things like, invulnerable duration to skills or cooldown reduction more liberally and things like that, where we don't have to worry about this. This is very similar to what our previous games have done and some other games do, and we think it'll be a good fit here. The idea isn't really to make it that you can't be invulnerable very often. It's just to prevent 100% uptime, where you actually break
Potions
down
can
the
be
combat
used
of
while
the game and you're not interacting with enemies anymore. The next one is we reviewed monster CC, and we generally reduced the CC duration and frequency across the board. So, if you were frustrated by getting frozen for 1,000,000 years and then dying, that'll happen much less often. And also to help with this, potions can be used while CC'd, even while you're stunned. So, while you're frozen standing there and everybody's around you trying to kill you, you can at least spam potion a little bit and maybe survive sometimes. Next one, we've got some bug fixes. These are some of the notable ones. We do have more coming in, but these are the ones I wanted to call out. Rogue Victimize is no longer going to be double dipping on its damage, which is resulting in a lot more multiplicative, or a lot more damage really than it was supposed to have. Damage over time effects were getting double the amount of percent damage that they were supposed to. And Skeleton Reapers were getting both Book of the Dead bonuses when the second option was selected. And again, this is just a little bit of a preview, but we have other bug fixes coming, but these are some of the bigger ones we want to call out. All right, now let's get to the classes. So Barbarian, they have a new unique coming in. This is the Unbroken Chain. This is for you support Barbarians, or really just more defensively oriented ones. Basically, what this is going to do is create a connection between Steel Grasp and Iron Maelstrom, where you'll be able to cast Iron Maelstrom a lot more often as you use Steel Grasp. And also, enemies damaged by Iron Maelstrom are going to be doing less damage for a little while. So the idea here is, you could debuff enemies, debuff those bosses, and make them do less damage to you, so you can survive better. And next, the Rogue. Flurry is going to be getting a lot of big updates. We updated the enhancement and both of their upgrades. So you'll be able to see kind of a theme here going on. Before, you would damage a crowd control or vulnerable enemy for the enhancement, then you would heal. Now, when Flurry hits an enemy, you can just make them vulnerable. So actually, Flurry becomes a vulnerable generator here, which is pretty exciting. And it'll also deal more damage as you hit vulnerable enemies. Stacks up really high. So the idea here is with Flurry builds, you want to make everything vulnerable, and then just keep whacking them with Flurry and gain a bunch of damage. And now Improved Flurry is changing. Before it was about vulnerable spreading, but now baseline you can just generate vulnerable, so we don't need that anymore. So now Improved Flurry is going to actually give you a dash. So now, similar to things like the Shred on the Druid, you can kind of dash to your target, and also every time you cast Flurry now it's going to heal you. So it's going to be a lot more mobile, a lot more awesome. Very cool. And then last but not least, to compete with a dash, what could we do with Advanced Flurry? Well, we can just add a stupid amount of damage and resource cost reduction. So before, you had to evade through an enemy and then do damage with one cast and stun enemies. Now, as you spam Flurry, it'll basically get a big damage bonus.
Wow,
and its
look at the options.
Go down, which will let you be able to spam it even more often. So the idea here is you just want to be using it over and over and over again, and it'll get stronger and stronger and ramp up pretty heavily as you go.
I'm excited for Flurry Rogues.
Yeah,
very
Flurry-
excited. Yeah,
Flurry
they're going to
Rogues
be
are
like
gonna get a lot of love.
hummingbirds around, bouncing around, and it's going to be great.
Yeah, ironically, I'm playing Flurry this season, so I'm always off by one. Like, I always play the Thane, and then like, oh, we're gonna massively make it better next time. But
Shepherds.
it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Next, Druid. Shepherd's aspect. We've gotten feedback from players now for a while now about how Shepherd's aspect kind of dominates the meta for Druids because you're basically both. It's both not great from a design and a balance perspective. On the
Correct.
design
It's
side,
horrible.
we're telling you to put companions on your bar, and then they're actually just buffing you. So we
Correct.
make this companion build fantasy, but it's actually just making the player better. And then on the power side, you're basically just slotting 3 skills on your bar with your companions, and then not really caring about buffing them or using them because they're just kind of there as proxies to make you better. So we've changed it now where basically it's going to be about the companions. So your companion skills are just going to deal damage for every companion that you have. So the
This
bigger
one
your
might be
zoo,
good
the better
for
your zoo's
lightning
gonna
wolves.
perform. And to compensate players, we're doing some pretty massive buffs to Druid skills baseline to compensate. So your skills are just going to be getting that damage baseline, and in many cases a little bit more. So you can check that out when you see the PTR notes the PTR patch notes after this. But we basically just buffed everything across the board and made it so that Shepherds isn't required anymore. Next, for the Sorceress, this is
that's gonna
Axial
kill every
Conduit. I'm
Druid
really
build.
excited about this unique. This is your Chain Lightning unique. So Chain Lightning builds, you finally have a unique that really talks to you. And you can see here kind of our stats and that new philosophy I told you about. You have chance to double cast Chain Lightning on pants instead of just a weapon, so that's pretty cool. So basically the way that this works, we're going to have a video, but I'm going to explain to you how this works because it actually changes your skill pretty significantly. So now when you cast Chain Lightning, the way it's going to work is it's going to cast and bounce on enemies just like before, but then it's going to come back to you and orbit you a little bit. And then it's going to go out and hit another enemy, and then come back to you in orbit, and then come out and then go out and do another enemy and come back. It's going to do that back and forth a few times. And every time it comes back to you, it's going to drain some of your mana. And after it drains so much mana, after coming back 10 times, the bolt is actually going to explode for a ridiculous amount of lightning damage on enemies. So there's a mini game here where basically...
Okay, I'm sorry. I just have to make a quick comment. In Last Epoch, Lightning Blast has a node where when it hits an enemy, it chains back to you and boosts your stats for output. I'm sorry.
Explosion and do a ton of damage to enemies. One thing I want to call out here also is that because it drains mana, resource cost reduction won't work on that drain. You're actually going to want to focus on gaining resource, which is a little bit different and kind of makes this build a little special, I think, and unique compared to other resource builds based around resource. So now let's see it in action here. You'll see what one cast looks like, and then I think we'll see what it looks like when you spam it. So you can see here, it circles you, goes and hits enemies, circles you, goes and hits enemies.
It's
and then does a big
beautiful,
explosion at the
though.
end that we've
That
tuned the
is a
damage to be
very
pretty high.
good-looking skill. That's
See there?
beautiful.
So then it explodes. So, do we have one where
I
it
like
casts a
that.
bunch of times? Maybe we don't.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah. So see here, you can see that as you go, keep going, and then explode a bunch of times. Another thing I want to point out is if you're hugging enemies in melee range, as it's circling you, it will also hit enemies. So you now have a way to
That
really
is
maximize
sick.
your damage by hugging bosses.
That
and
is
such.
sick.
The damage goes way up.
It did 1 damage. I'm just saying visually
so
it
next,
looks
last
sick.
but not least, the Necromancer. So we got some feedback. We've had this for a while and felt this on the team where, the Golem we really love. We love our Golem boys. And, but sometimes it can be frustrating where you tell the Golem to go somewhere, and then it kind of takes a while to lug his butt over there and do his slam or his shout or whatever, and, things can get in the way. And so we've kind of upgraded him a little bit. I'll let the video speak for himself here. But so now you can see your Golem will Hulk smash and just jump on enemies and slam them down. So
Okay, come
This will
on.
work with all of your Golem types, by the way, not just the Iron Golem, but now your Golem is going to leap to the area that you tell him to go and then cast its ability. So we're really excited about this. Shout out to Charles Dunn who got this change in, and our animators who helped us out. But we're really pumped for it. It looks amazing.
That I can't even.
Yeah. So those were the class and balance changes. I know we jumped a slide there. How dare you,
So
production? No, but we are. As they waved to me like, I'm sorry. We do want to go into some quality of life updates. We do have a significant amount of quality of life updates that we do want to go through. that will
is
be
the attack
available
pattern
in
for
season
Last
5,
Epoch's goal
and you
for
guys
the
will
last
actually be
5
able
years.
to check this out in the PTR. So now we can go to the next slide, where we do want to talk about some Helltide and Whisper updates specifically. So I know this has been kind of at least it's been a pain point for me, and I've heard it's been a pain point for others, is that as you guys are going through Helltide, there are Whisper objectives within there to help you with your progression on your Whisper bar. But the issue with the ones in Helltide is that it can sometimes take quite a while to do. And you know, sometimes players would have to leave the Helltide to go to another area to complete some of these Whisper objectives. So we are optimizing this to ensure that they don't take nearly as much time. The ideal goal is to get a bunch of value within those 15 minutes to potentially end up getting a full entire Whisper 10-point bar within 15 minutes in one
so you can do a
Helltide
full
zone.
Whisper every Helltide.
Yeah, so that would be it'll be a huge help, because I know at least for me, I've always had to like kind of leave a Helltide and like kind of try to knock some of that out. Well, especially help for players that are looking for additional gold, because Whisper caches have always been
Or Blizzard just a bunch of LE fans
gold.
now.
And now, as Adam mentioned, you can also use Whisper caches to target farm.
Ooh, baby.
So it's keeping things more optimized for players, which we know will be way better.
So tempering.
The next thing we do want to talk about is also Baneful Hearts. I know this may not sound like a huge quality of life thing or a buff of any sort, but we have noticed that players have had a lot of Baneful Hearts within their inventory. We do want to make these a little bit more valuable so they won't drop as frequently. We know that players will still have a significant amount, but maybe
I got
not
like 200
hundreds
of these
and hundreds like some people have within their inventory. But players should not have any type of issues regarding having a ton of these Baneful Hearts, but we are tweaking the drop rate because they were dropping a little too much there. Tempering.
Yeah.
The very, very I guess like brought up topic. Well, and like
people like talking about tempering.
It's pretty popular.
Yeah, so I want to take a minute to talk about tempering and kind of how the design team sees it and kind of what we're happy with, what we think could be better, and some adjustments we'll be making in Season 5. So first, high level, kind of how we see tempering. We really think that it's important that items have an endpoint where players know kind of that the item is done and that they're not hoarding lots of them forever on the chance that they can all be good, right? One of the big key goals of Season 4 was that we didn't want you saving 1 million items in your stash space. And while we know that bricking an item never feels great, we do need that to be something that's possible to do in the game so that you know when the journey is done and you're not just holding on to an item forever. So that part we actually think is working very well, where an item is done and you try and go get another one. And so you're always interested in items and trying to have that game loop go in the game indefinitely. Or until you feel like your character is maxed out on its power. But we do agree with players that, the RNG right now is like completely out of their hands, which doesn't really feel great. You get so many tries basically to roll, and then that's kind of it, and you're done, and it doesn't feel great. So we're looking at ways in the future for players to have more control over that RNG so that, you have more ways to maybe manipulate the tempering or get the odds in your favor and do other things like that. One update that's going to be coming in Season 5, it won't be in the PTR, but we're targeting for launch, is that, we've got a lot of feedback that it feels so bad when, you get that like triple greater affix and it has the same number of rolls and then you brick it and then you have to try and go get another one. So in Season 5, to help with this, as your item gets better basically that you find, you're going to have more chances to temper it. So a much better chance to get the one that you want. Basically, the way it'll work is you're going to basically get 1 extra roll per greader affix that you have.
Making it easy.
You have 1 greater affix, 1 roll, 3 rolls.
And again, just to clarify,
So
this is not in the
rolls?
PTR, but it will be in for the launch of Season 5 in itself. And again, just to reiterate, we are still looking at ways to help out that experience within tempering. As we've noted, we agree with players that it doesn't always feel great. And so you guys should expect to hear more updates to tempering after we get through Season 5 for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, weapons.
Yeah, so I'll talk about this one a little bit. We took a look
at this chart.
Yeah, this chart. We took a look at inherent affixes on weapons, and we found that, a lot of inherent affixes like damage to distant or some other ones were a little too conditional and didn't get the update, in Season 4 that we wanted. So we went back and made them a little bit more generically useful and better across more builds. So we have a little chart here, but you can see kind of This is going to be the new inherent affixes on all the different weapon types. So we've made quite a few adjustments here. As an example, vulnerable damage is on bows, and dot damage is on axes, which I believe vulnerable on bows is new. But yeah, so we made quite a few updates. We basically just looked at the matrices of everything and kind of adjusted it to see what makes sense. So basically, you're just going to have things that actually impact your builds much more often on the weapons that you want. And as another result of this update, we are also looking at what weapons classes can use. And we updated them a little bit to try and, let more classes use more weapons. We want players to be able to create interesting builds, play the way that we want. And so we want to open up these things as much as we can in our designs. So now Druids are going to be able to use two-hand polearms, one-hand swords, and daggers. Sorceresses are going to be able to use one-hand swords and maces. And Necromancers are going to be able to use, I think it's maces and axes, actually.
Yeah, despite this Necromancer pictured right here that is not using, it's using a two-handed sword, but you can already use a two-handed sword, but not using and the Necromancer here, I know it's supposed to say all maces and axes as opposed to all swords, so.
But yeah, basically we're going to be opening up these classes to use more weapon types. And then also some of the uniques are going to be updated for the classes as well. So the Butcher's Cleaver can now be used for Necros, and Sorcerers can use Doombringer and Azure Wrath now.
Yeah, Sorcerers can use Azure Wrath, kind of like D2.
Yep, fits their theme.
What's up,
very
Drumbeat?
well too,
I will answer your question in a second.
Cool. Some additional quality of life updates. Now we're going to talk about some endgame bosses. As I have experienced, as Adam has experienced earlier, as he mentioned in the stream, we are making changes to the Beast in Ice. You guys will no longer have to make a sigil to summon the Beast in Ice, which is a huge quality of life update. The Beast will now live in a standard dungeon. The crawl to get to the Beast in Ice is much, much shorter now. It's going to be more similar to what we've seen with some of the other endgame bosses. And then at the same time,
Aaron, hello. In the history of game playing, have you ever seen a game developer change, adjust, edit the game as much as Blizzard has with Diablo 4? Simple answer to your question is the game was released, not finished. So we are currently seeing the alpha and beta phase under the label of Season 5, which is why the game continues to improve so rapidly.
Especially when you're really target farming the Beast in Ice. Sometimes it was kind of brutal to have to go through the whole entire dungeon each and every time.
Yeah, so many times.
Yeah. So next we have Varshan. Varshan, the body parts are pretty much being reduced to one. I know it was eating up a lot of inventory space. It was kind of hard to manage at times and everything. So we're optimizing this, making this better. So now you'll just need one body part to essentially summon Varshan going forward, starting with Season 5. And one big thing that we're going to call out here before, and this is kind of like the cherry on top, let's actually just play the clip and see if people actually notice it. And if not, then we'll call it out.
What could be different this time?
Poor Duriel.
Yeah, Mythic Unique maybe?
Oh.
No, that's not it.
Oh. Good gear, though.
Yeah,
but something that is interesting here is the Cauldron has reappeared.
You can just resummon him again.
There's the altar right there. You can now resummon all the endgame bosses without needing to run out of the dungeon.
Reset
the dungeon. So this will help a whole lot. Will make things way better in terms of like optimizing when you're for time and everything.
Yeah.
Especially when you're a party and you're like, everyone leave the dungeon so I can reset and stuff like that. Now you'll be able to do that immediately for all the endgame bosses, which is a huge feature I know that players have been asking for. So that is the biggest quality of life and most important thing they have said this entire stream. Season 5. One other thing I did want to call out regarding tempering, because just to clarify, because we've got some people going like, oh, I don't understand like the greater affix stuff, like
people in chat,
roles.
huge.
So you have a 1-star greater affix, you'll get 1 additional roll. If you have like a 3-star or 4-star or something, you would get 3 or 4 pending the amount of stars that you actually specifically have on your item.
Yeah, it goes up to 3.
Yeah, three. Sorry, yeah. 4 is more specific. 4 is uniques. Yeah. If I'm thinking about razor plate or something like that. But The other thing that I did want to call out is that this is actually going to be retroactive.
Huge.
So for players that still have maybe an item that they may have potentially bricked and it's sitting in their stash, you know, just for like memento purposes or anything like that.
Or whatever,
yeah, when your
Eternal,
character
yeah.
does move to Eternal, if it was a greater affix, like a
Be right
3-star
back.
greater affix or something like that, you will end up getting those 3 additional rolls afterwards. So that will appear after these changes actually are implemented with the start of Season 5. It'll just be on your Eternal character, obviously, because your seasonal character will move to Eternal. As I fix my earpiece. That's like falling out.
Oh, no.
But one other thing I did want to call out as well for Season 5, we have some really big like accessibility options that are being added to the actual game, and we really need some testing on this in the Season 5 PTR. This is actually called out in our blog. We would really love if players can actually check them out, test them out, provide feedback. I will note, we aren't planning, despite it being in the Season 5 PTR, we aren't planning on these features actually launching with Season 5. We really want to take the feedback, make them, you know, better for when they are ready. And right now, I think the plan would be that they would be ready for Season 6. But it's important for us to be able to get that feedback. So we really need people to actually test out these specific features. We have like an auto pin feature, we have a compass feature, and then we have like a audio navigation assistance feature that is coming within some of these accessibility features for Season 5. So really important for people to kind of like jump in, check it out, give us feedback, and then you'll see those in Season 6 after the PTR is kind of over. But that is kind of like a huge wrap up of all the stuff that is coming for the Season 5 PTR, and even a little bit more of even some of the stuff for Season 5 itself. We do want to take some questions, and we still have Dan on the line from the burning hells of Albany to answer any questions that we may have. But I know we have a question specifically teed up, so if you have questions, please ask them in Twitch chat, which is where we have live chat going on right now, and we will try to get through as many as possible.
Cool.
But first question I believe we have is, because I teed up this question, are there any new class buffs coming to Season 5? Specifically, if Adam can answer, Druid and Sorceress, because I know, we hear you, everyone, about Druid and Sorceress. I know we talked a little bit about it here, but if you can like expand on it a little bit.
Yeah. Yes, there are new class buffs coming to Season 5, covered it a little bit. I think one they call out that people talk a lot about right now is, you know, how barbarians in particular are pretty strong, and then, you know, the classes that can't get as far as they can in the pit, you know, feels kind of bad. There's a lot to chew on there, but I think the short answer is yes, we hear you, and we're going to be looking to beef these things up. We do have some specific ways that we want to be targeting these things, and there's a lot of history to it. Barbarians in particular are tougher to balance. I think I've talked about this on stream a little bit before.
Did I hear Barbarian?
You know, because of their arsenal system, they have more items. You know, anytime that we mess with, and we've messed with like the underlying systems of the game very heavily in the last year, right? Season 2, we updated all the combat math, which of course impacts items, which impacts character power. We've updated in Season 4 all of itemization, which obviously directly impacts the arsenal system very heavily. So when we do these large shakeups, it's a lot more difficult in a short amount of time to get everything, you know, exactly perfect of how the combinatorics of those effects are going to impact classes, right? So that's one end of it. Another end is what we're trying to do, and we started with this in Season 4. Is we're looking at the other class mechanics, and we want to kind of beef them up and give them the treatment that we kind of gave with the Necromancer in the Book of the Dead. You know, in Season 4, we actually wanted to try this as an experiment, like, hey, you know, the Book of the Dead, the minions, the sacrifice bonuses, they're what really make Necromancer feel really cool and special and unique. So we're going to, you know, try and catch that up, so to speak, to the arsenal system on the Barbarian. And not only just increase the numbers, right? Because just increasing the numbers is kind of easy. We even did that in the mid-season patch. If you look at the Druid boons, you know, we increased them by 50%, doubled them in many cases. But we think to really help solve that on a fantasy and even just design perspective, we want to like overhaul and really look at these mechanics and make them way better and more thematic to classes. So we don't have anything to announce today for Season 5, but that's something more long-term that we're doing to help that problem in the future. In the short term, we are, you know, looking at, you know, fixing the issues with these various classes, buffing them up in different ways, you know, making different builds and other things viable and trying to keep that parity. We're also looking at bringing down the outliers of power with the barbarian in different ways to make sure that they have more parity with other classes as well. But that's kind of our short and long-term vision of where we want this to be.
Awesome. I know we have a question specifically, and this is something I've seen a few times regarding Season 5 for Dan, because Infernal Hordes, people are seeing this gameplay and they're hearing about like, okay, like can I play this on Eternal and Seasonal? Can I play this? Is this like an ongoing thing going forward? Like what can players expect, Dan?
Sure, yeah. So with Season 5, we wanted to build out the end game. And because we're building out the end game, we wanted to make sure that any of the end game things we're putting in are on both Seasonal and Eternal. And so in this PTR, you'll be able to test out the Eternal version of Infernal Hordes. And so any of the rewards you get from it, all that's Eternal. So all players are going to benefit from it.
Awesome. Yeah, so all players will benefit from it, and as Dan mentioned,
they're
it's
copying
a new
last
endgame
Epoch
feature, so it's
again.
like something that will be continuous beyond even Season 5 is what we're looking at. So yeah, players can expect to jump in Infernal Hordes going forward, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And yeah, the feedback is going to be incredibly important during this PTR. As Dan mentioned beforehand, all the specific items that we're really hoping to get feedback on regarding how the boons feel, how the rewards feel, how the combat feels, and the waves and stuff like that will be really important for us during this specific moment. What is this is another Season 5 question, and hopefully you might be able to answer this, Dan. This from Lucky Luciano. Shout out, Diablo partner. What is the equivalent pit level of the 8th difficulty of like the Infernal Hordes? Pit level, I guess, or Nightmare Dungeon, or Monster level.
Yeah, you're making me do math here.
Yeah, we just adjusted pit levels.
Yeah,
too,
so tier 8 of the Infernal Hordes is going to be equivalent to about monster level. I think it's 180 to 200. So it goes up pretty high.
That's pretty late.
Okay, nice, nice. So a difficult challenge for sure, which is good to hear. We have a question from Zapadas. Man, you all need easier names, I swear. Do you foresee changes in grouping in the pit to allow group play to be more efficient? There will be changes. It won't be something present in PTR.
Hi, Midnight.
We'll talk more about it at the Season 5 launch, but the team is very aware of it because we've heard about like, hey, it's kind of not great to feel like I'm getting only 50% of the rewards associated when I'm in a group within a pit if I'm not the party leader specifically. So it's something that the team's taking in, and we will have an update for players before Season 5, and it will be live, whatever change we have live in Season 5. So a question from, let's see, well, this one's easy. Okay. Robot Jomo. What's the team's philosophy on rate of power gain? It seems that tempering, especially players, gain too much power too quickly, really removing the tension from the leveling up experience. Any chance to add more friction to tempering, materials, costs,
they're speed running level 100 in under 3 hours now?
We have seen a little bit of this and heard this feedback ourselves. It's kind of going in two different ways here. So the leveling experience, then how tempering messes with it, right? The leveling experience, as people probably have seen, has been sped up quite a bit, right? We do want people to be able to kind of level quickly and get to the fun of the game as quickly as possible.
So we do
want them, we don't want there to be a ton of friction. Like, when we first launched the game, we had the idea that like getting to level 100 alone was a big accomplishment, right? And we've learned that, players really want to like fulfill their power fantasies, get to the part where they're actually like incrementally increasing their character's power and finding things to use that power against. And so they enjoy that end game a lot, and we want to get them there in a reasonable amount of time. So that's the part that is like, hey, it's fine, level quicker, it's good, right? But then the other part is like tempering and kind of the tuning of the affixes. We have heard the feedback and kind of agree with it that, the early tempering recipes are really, really strong. Right? That was by design when we launched Season 4. One of the big kind of mandates to the team that we felt was important was we wanted, before Season 4, we constantly got the feedback and knew it was true that, your item stats weren't interesting enough and didn't matter enough and weren't very impactful and just didn't feel good, right? And so
Correct,
we
Gabe.
very much like juiced them up to be very strong, and then this new tempering system that manipulates them, we made it very strong so that out the gate, our goal was that when you temper an item, you can really feel the damage. It wasn't like this incremental, oh, my damage goes up in like 10 different places here and there, and now I'm strong. It was like, no, this one thing happened, and you felt it, and it was good. And so we're going to, try and walk that line. We're going to probably go a little more in between here where, we do agree that the tempering is warping the early game experience too much to the point that it's like you pick up an item and you don't care about the stats because you just temper something on and it's like way better, right? So we don't want that, but we do still want them to feel and be really impactful. So we have heard the feedback. I don't think we have huge adjustments in Season 5 right away, but we are going to be looking at that leveling process and
Franks, when was the last time you played?
We're having actually in talks about that right now with various members of the team. So it will be looked at. Not tons will change in Season 5, though.
Awesome. Question from Razzle Dazzle Daris. Razzle Dazzle Daris. It's a long name to log in on. Did you say we can temper uniques? Are you open to letting us imprint affixes? I had this thought we can imprint a unique, but only once.
Yeah, going back, that was kind of what I talked about with the unique section. We right now know, I'm not going to say never in the future. It's definitely the obvious thing that we could do, like just add tempering to uniques, of course. But we want them to have an identity that is very different from legendaries. One of the concerns with that is that the more that you give uniques manipulation, the more that they just turn into legendaries with a different item color when they drop on the ground, right? Like they're actually not different in how they work. If we were able to manipulate stats,
chat,
add stats, all those
last
things.
Epoch.
So we do want them to have a
kicks
different
off
identity in the game.
55
so we're not doing it now, but in the future, we've talked about it. We're open to the idea, but we do want to try this first of like double down, what makes a unique, and that you build around it. There's a little bit of friction rather than just turning it into the item that you want every time.
Yep. Question from Barrick is, hey, Adam, or Adams. I have a question for the Q&A. How is the dev team feeling about the reception of Season 4? Is that making them rethink any plans for future seasons? I mean, I think one thing that we can most definitely call out here is, like, obviously Season 4 has been really great. Like, we've been hearing a lot of great feedback from players. And we're very well aware of how everyone's been enjoying it. I think one huge thing that's helped with that as well was like the idea that we had a PTR for Season 4, and now we're seeing that again for Season 5.
July 9th.
So like we know like having that moment where players can actually jump in, provide feedback, give us some notes on specific things is really beneficial, especially when we have like new huge features like what we did for Season 4, which was, obviously tempering, masterworking, the pit, all new hell tides. There was a ton of new features. And then, of course, with Season 5, players are now going to be able to run through Infernal Horde, tons of new gear, and legendary aspects for them. So it's just like a ton of stuff that we know that we can most definitely take feedback on, and having those moments has really helped us with some of those decisions.
Yeah, I would say on the design team side, I know like the people on the team are very happy with how Season 4 went. It couldn't have gone better, really, in our eyes. PTR was a huge deal, helped us a lot, especially on the balance and design side to get things into a better.
Dude, love or hate these guys, Blizzard, Diablo 4, the amount of players that have returned for Season 4, the amount of positive feedback, even following Twitch numbers or Steam numbers. It's the first game I have seen in a really long time, maybe ever, that halfway through the season, they have more players than when the season launched. So, I mean, people are liking what they're doing.
Is when we've kind of settled down a little bit on the big disruptions, like overhauling all of itemization and things like that, because it becomes a lot more difficult to fine-tune things like balance, or even on the design side, like designs and making sure that they work and that we're like iterating and upgrading things versus changing things around in huge ways. So while we think it was really successful and we're happy with how itemization 2.0 turned out, the team is looking forward to like making the things as they are and make them work better and more do fine-tuning work. And so I think you can expect in the future as a player, after we've done some more disruption and made the game like in a really good place, we're very happy with it, which we're really close to now, I think, that you have tighter class balance, tighter designs, tighter roles for things, and just one of the things that excites me and excited the team about Season 4 was like the tons of quality of life improvements and how much of an impact that makes on players, which I think we knew, but it hit home in Season 4, right? Like, just the Codex of Power, how that changed, and how that completely fixed, you know, the hoarding of items and things like that, I think, are what really jazz us a lot, because it just makes that flow experience better, like the boss ladder, you know, being able to reset bosses, stuff like that, I think is actually really impactful and good for the longevity of the game. So we're excited to do more things like that.
All right. Last question that we have here is well, it's just Satan's.
Oh,
Satan's with a Z and 666 afterwards. Very
Very
theme.
Diablo.
Yeah, very
Perfect.
Diablo theme. Is specifically asking, what is the seasonal theme? Or are we like holding back any information right now regarding that and stuff? Dan, I don't know if you want to clarify here, or if you want me to, you can.
All right, so we haven't announced the name for the season yet, as far as I know, but the seasonal theme seems, I guess, fairly obvious. You know, we're going back to hell, and so the theme is pretty much returning to hell. And while the Infernal Horde is just one part of that, the rewards are another part. And when we have our Season 5 live stream, we'll go into all of the rest of the things that we have planned for Season 5.
Exactly. Yeah, we have some additional stuff to talk about when we do actually have our Season 5 live stream. We're just right now, the biggest focus for this stream is for people to hear about the content that they're going to be able to play in PTR, and we want people to really hone in and focus in on that, so we can actually get that feedback for the team here, and we can make any changes that we may need to.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, that is kind of going to wrap us up for today for our Q&A. I'm going to lightning round like a few quick things, because I'm sure chat will kill me if I don't call it out.
Sure.
I know we're getting a lot of questions about loadouts. It is, again, still something that we are very well aware of, and we still plan on. It just takes a lot of time. It's a huge amount of overhaul changes and everything from that end. Separately, we this has been coming up a lot. Auction house. There are currently no plans right now for something like that, but we hear you guys. We feedback, things like that. Let us know. But right now, those are the two big things that I've been seeing a ton in chat. I just want to address them before people go like, "You're not reading chat. What, you're in some like alternate universe chat or something like that." But PTR, again, just to remind everyone, starts next Tuesday. It runs for 1 week. It's on PC Battle.net only. Please provide feedback on our forums, Reddit, social media, our community Discord, things like that. We're always looking around. We really value the feedback that we get during these PTR processes. And of course, at the same time, patch notes on the blog are live immediately after this stream. So check out Diablo4.com when those do get up. Next time you guys see us, next time we stream, is July 18th. It's the Spiritborn reveal. Ooh, yeah! Exciting. Everyone gets to check out the Spiritborn. So we'll be back live on stream on July 18th. We'll be revealing
I'll be playing
the brand new class coming to Diablo 4. That will be part of Vessel of Hatred. So we're really excited about that. And yeah, I think that wraps it up. I want to give a huge shout out to Dan in Albany.
Yeah, thank you,
Stay cool, Dan.
Yeah.
Enjoy the AC.
Cool. The burning fire under him.
Yeah, I know, exactly. And thank you again, Adam Jackson. And from everyone on the Diablo 4 team, we wish you a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you in PTR next week.
Thank you, everybody.
See you guys.
Let me make sure we're all set up for later. All right, other than moving the chat, in 45 minutes, we have Dev Chat Bingo. Okay, let's sit down. Blizzard Diablo, huge name, right? Sold a ton of copies. Hardcore ARPG fans that like Last Epoch, like PoE, maybe like Torchlight, saw pre-launch, saw Season 1, and was like, this game is trash. And they left. Now, I think, again, which I've said ad nauseum, and this is a hard pill that to swallow, is that more hardcore ARPG audience is probably a rounding error in the amount of people that play Diablo 4. And again, when I was a part of Icy Veins, I saw the internal numbers, and you're talking millions and millions and millions of players still playing Season 2, Season 3. And when you are looking at Season 4, likely the highest numbers with the exception of launch they have ever seen, with overwhelmingly positive feedback and a boost in player count mid-season, which is almost unheard of. So you can hate them and hate the game, but that doesn't change the fact that at least the players that are still playing are giving their opinion with their time and likely giving their opinion with their wallet when it comes to battle passes, MTX, and probably pre-purchasing the new expansion. So listening to people chatting, the game's horrible, they're greedy, like, well, of course, this is Blizzard. Is Blizzard Activision or Blizzard Microsoft or Microsoft. Of course, they're in it to make money. But the players keep buying. So validating the decisions that they are making. And again, love them or hate them, the feedback given from the player base, they are making direct changes. And whether they were going to do it or not, you can actually see the changes they are making in real time. So the game has definitely 180'd. I mean, really, and that's, come on, it's me. If you played it preseason in Season 1 and now you played it in Season 4, it is different. They've pulled back the camera angle so you're more zoomed out. Better mob density, better itemization, better loot hunt. Added end game systems. You can break through barriers. You know, like there is a lot of improvements, and obviously there's more improvements coming. That doesn't mean you have to like it, but, you know, I would be hard-pressed for somebody to debate me to say that they are not trying. Now, of course, they are trying to sell more copies, right? They're trying to make the game better to make more money. Duh. But that doesn't change the fact that the game is improving. That's all. Immediately boots up Ellie, as all things should be. I'll be watching on my phone. I doubt I would have a PC on that day. Hating the game is a waste of time. Diablo 4 is the most played ARPG right now out of any of them, hands down. It is the most played ARPG if you combined every isometric action RPG times 10. Diablo 4 is still the best. That includes PoE. Every isometric action RPG combined, likely times 10. It's still the biggest. Skoji, the game is good. How do you feel about everything they talked about today? I'll get to that. I will give it a chance in the next season based on your word alone. Don't play it based upon what I'm saying. All I am saying is that based upon the conversation of the state of the game at launch to the state of the game now, I am just simply saying it is the same game, greatly improved. I don't know. I don't know. The D&D of ARPGs. I could see that. Season 4 came out and the game was released on Game Pass. No backtracking. You vouched for it. I'm playing it because you said so. Okay. Diesel, how do you feel about everything they talked about today? Let me get some sound on first. And again, everybody will be watching now. We watched 90 minutes of Campfire for D4. We'll be switching to 2 hours of Last Epoch's dev stream. But that one doesn't have like graphs and visuals and stuff. So we'll play Last Epoch as we watch it and play bingo like we always do. Okay. I am glad they're adding a new endgame system. The new endgame system does not excite me. And again, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, but Brow, who hates Diablo 4, has a point. It is kill a certain amount of enemies, get a reward. Nightmare Dungeon, kill a certain amount of enemies, level your glyph. Helltide, kill a certain amount of enemies, open a chest. Pit, kill a certain amount of enemies, open a chest. Yes, that is what action RPGs are. Yes, 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 I get it. But I'm glad there's a new system, but it does not excite me, and I can't wait to get my hands on it. So there's that. I like that they are adding, I don't know if, I still don't believe they are adding 50 uniques. In my head, they are modifying or changing 50 uniques because they said they're going to do a full revamp to the existing unique system. So that is what I'm guessing that's what they were trying to say. That 50 uniques are changing, not 50 uniques are added. But I could be wrong. That is very exciting. I like the quality of life and to the bossing. That is huge. So you can just run it over and over again. Little quality of life on tempering. I'm going to do some homework till dev chat. See you soon. All right. The D4 quality of life changes are promising. I will say they are listening. If for me to truly put a stamp of approval on Diablo 4, there is just one inherent thing they are just... I don't know if it's they just don't want to go that way, which is fine. It's simply the skill tree. That's it. Like, Paragon board is fine. Glyphs are fine. They continue to work on itemization. They continue to work on endgame. The game is already beautiful. You know, you could change how you look. Like, they got seasonal themes. Their communication is greatly improved. It's simply their skill tree. And I think this is at fault because of Last Epoch. I am so spoiled with the skill trees in Last Epoch that immediately when I play D4, it's like, all right, I want to make an upheaval barbarian. Okay. Are you going left or right? Well, everyone goes left because it's better. Okay. Left. You need a Hellhammer, so it's fire. Hellhammer. What are your affixes? Strength, crit, overpower. Done. That's literally the whole build, you know. So, the skill tree is unequivocally like everything else is down here, and that is my number one. Like, and I don't think it needs a huge change. So the skill goes to 1, 1 goes to 2, 2 goes to 4. So if like those 2 broke out into another 2 or 4 and gave just even that level of choice, man, that would be huge. We need more skill. Skill tree sucks. The linear part is terrible. Skill tree expansion and auction house needed. I don't think it needs more skills, just more customization for the existing ones. Agreed. Agreed. And it is interesting. I don't know. Maybe this has been a forever thing. Okay. Maybe this has been a forever thing, and I just never noticed it. It seems like games, even like Last Epoch, when a skill tree is non-optimized, we'll say non-optimized, which means there's like, this is the way you play the skill tree. Instead of changing the skill tree, they add in an item. So stuff is fixed through items instead of fixing the skill tree. You guys hear what I'm saying with like that? Last Epoch does that all the time as well. It does it all the time as well. Lots of people tried it for free. At least D4 is finally out of beta. How is that any different than any other ARPG? I just think I'm not the target audience for D4. I am for Last Epoch, though. If you kept leveling after 100 and just got an extra Paragon point every level, would be the bomb. Actual skill trees are fine in my opinion. Paragon and glyphs are terrible because it's a lot of bloat to get actual interesting stuff and yet not enough transformation. D4 patch looking good, and then when you don't get that item, you want to quit. Feels bad. Yeah, they just need to branch off the skills more. Hellhammer has a larger area. You cast a smaller Hellhammer with, you know, you cast multiple Hellhammers. You can Hellhammer behind you. You can throw the rock. It turns in, you know, there's just so much you could do. But anyways, yeah, that's my number one. Had to step away at the end. Sounds good, but not exciting for me. So I am having this, like, I have played only Barbarian for the last 2 seasons, and I've played Barbarian since launch of Diablo 4. I'm not going to say I'm up there with Rob, but I consider myself fairly expert on Barbarian for Diablo 4. Kind of thinking of making a change for Season 5, only because of the update they made to the Shepherds aspect on Druid and trying to main Lightning Companion Wolves. It has always intrigued me, and the fact that we just played Lightning Retaliation Wolves in Last Epoch has piqued my interest. There's a unique pair of pants in Diablo 4 which turns your wolf pack into lightning wolves, and they can flicker around the map. And the new Shepherd's aspect gives you multiplicative damage on your companion skills. So that's kind of, I'm thinking from a different perspective. All right, let's switch over the stream. All right, let's switch over the stream. Got some echoes. Just refreshing everything. Oh, by the way, started a new giveaway on Twitch. Type in !giveaway. Only real exciting thing for me is that the sources can now use swords again. I've got 6 total minutes of polka ode. All right, we owe some polka music. CL unique seems pretty cool. Avoiding barbs in D4. Got all the other D4 characters to 100. I'm super excited about the new class. I'm looking forward to it. I hope it can summon a bunch of animals and spirits. That would get me to play it. I mean, I'll play it for sure. I'll play it for sure. It's a shame Druid already has animal companions. There seems to be no space for... Oh, Spiritborn Ranger with 1 animal companion. It could be. It's just you can only pick 1. What if the class is you literally can only have a singular companion? Man, if they had a chance to modify a skill tree, you've got a brand new class to do it. Did I say 6 minutes? I meant 6 hours. Sorry. You already spilled the beans, sir. Too late. Too late. Okay. We are 2 hours into today's stream. And we have 30 minutes until Last Epoch kicks off. Subathon. Now, Jags, I know it's been a while since you've been around. In case you are not aware, which I believe you are, I put out a challenge that if we hit our TP plus goal for 3 months in a row, I will hold another subathon, because I get asked to do a subathon literally every day because of how special the first one was. We hit the TP plus goal in February, March, April, and May. So we hit it 4 months in a row. So subathon number 2 is going to kick off end of the year. Last Epoch Cycle 3. So Last Epoch Cycle 3, we will run another uncapped subathon. My wife is planning all this insane stuff. And we'll be celebrating Cycle 3. We'll be celebrating 5 years on YouTube. And we'll kick it off with Subathon 2. Nice, awesome. I'll have my credit card paid off by then. No. It'll be a polka-a-thon. It'll be awesome. And for anybody new out there, if you're a new follower, I had a major life change in February. I was working in hospitals and clinical work. I know it sounds nuts. And I kicked off full-time content creation in February. And we ran a subathon, and we went for over 30 days. It was madness. It was absolute madness for Last Epoch game launch, and it was just unbelievable. It was unbelievable. A polka-thon. Polka. Dude, I swear on my life, Twitch runs more ads now than ever. I swear, it's like every time I look down, there's a 90-second ad running. Gotta look into that. I want a pet that picks up my golden mats. They added that to D4. D4, now every single person was given a dog that will pick up your golden mats. Site has been losing money for years. Gotta run them ads. Okay, I will say, somebody said yesterday, and again, I'm not telling you to watch me on 2 platforms, but he's like, oh, I just have a tab up for YouTube and a tab up for Twitch. And when a Twitch ad hits, I just go to YouTube. I was like, that's actually pretty smart. If you're just on a separate monitor anyways, like, that's a pretty good idea. Mackie, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. 2 months. It's been a minute since I D4'd. All right. The ad is now run. I owe 6 minutes of beautiful polka. Here at Action RPG, anytime we have a level 2 hype train, the polka will flow until the hype train is over. And I didn't run the polka during the campfire, but I will run it now. I thought you stopped streaming on YouTube. My stream, going forward, it's been this way for almost, I don't know, maybe 2 months now. I am simultaneously on Twitch, YouTube, and X. So right now there's 35 people watching on YouTube. There is 9 people watching on X. And 53 people watching on Twitch. We have 90 viewers. So you can pick which one you want to go to. Stream on Kick, start beating people up. Oh, geez. So it's funny. I can simultaneously cast or stream to 5 platforms. I could stream to X, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, and Kick. I could run those 5 at the same time. I don't have a Kick or I don't have a TikTok, so we don't. Your passion and your videos are great. I'm happy you were able to take this to the next level. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. We kicked off a brand new podcast with Frosty LaRue titled Town Portal. And there's one more huge announcement coming in hopefully a couple of months. For me, it should be a life-changing announcement. Well, not more than going full-time. But my big announcement for the year is coming later. It's just not ready yet. Okay. But it's exciting. Polka! Song 1. It's not another kid. That would be a divine intervention. That's been taken care of. Twins. No. I think everyone's going to be like, what? I love the big emotes. What's up, Brando? You'll get there, Jax. I'm cheating on Twitch on my phone. Watching you on YouTube on my PC. That's cheating, Risen. Opens a beer to polka. I've worked out too much today to drink a beer. Or maybe I owe myself a beer because I've worked out so much. Somebody does need to remix or do something with that song. That for sure could go mainstream. Music for when Mike dies of bingo. That's a good one. "20 minutes until Mike takes over." This is Swing Polka. You guys, this is King Louie in the original Jungle Book, where the monkey's whistling and he's trying to get him. I hope you all enjoyed your Ode Polka. I agree about the skill tree, Aaron. That's exactly what I was saying earlier about the abilities. Ellie definitely spoiled us, and I love it. I agree. Get back and polka. That's right. Encore. Last song. You get an encore for the return of Jax. Sweet.
Oh, hi, thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
Oh, wait, you're serious? Let me laugh even harder. Jax, you still a piece of garbage? How is my lunch break already halfway over? It's not fair. It's not fair. Dude, my gear on this character is muy horrible. No, Topper, I'm okay. Me and Guilty have it set up. We're going to use the same one from last week. We're good to go. Thank you, sir. It's Friday. I have no kids to drive to work. My glass has whiskey in it, and I'm loading up Ellie. Life is good. Friday, no kids, whiskey, last epoch. I think he's in heaven. That sounds nice. That sounds freaking nice. Intelligence necrotic. Let's see if we could throw spell on here. That way it's universal for anything. All we need is 8 affixes with 13 potential. Easy. Ooh, we only got 5. Tier 20. I'm not going to do it. Not good enough. Drunk chat, sober streamer. Zug zug. By the way, me and my daughter started watching Crocodile Dundee 3 last night. This is definitely the actors need money style movie, if you know what I'm talking about. I didn't even know there was a third one. Crocodile Dundee in LA. Yeah. We made it halfway through. Not as good. Not as good. Just thought I should let everybody know. I also did finish True Grit after the kids were asleep, the 2010 version. And I immediately started the John Wayne version of True Grit. Like, let's just watch both. Why not? I watched the first 2 Dundies. They're great. They aged awesome. Hydrate. Oh, I enjoy. Oh, yeah. I thought they did a great job. Acting was superb. When you watch the John Wayne version too, it's like, oh, like obviously there's changes, but you could see that they really tried to stay true to the story and the lines. It's good. Are you going to make a fireball focused build? I am not. I have no plans for a fireball source. I like fireball, but the way it, like I said on the previous stream, the way it targets sometimes drives me crazy. I swear it like the homing feature, it intentionally misses enemies. I don't know. I feel like if you really focus on fireball and then you focus on lightning blast, it's really hard to go back. Lightning blast chains hits everybody, guaranteed crit, and it scales with spark charge. It's just freaking awesome. No! The video that I have coming out later is my B Raiden Sorcerer. And at the training dummy, I hit for Lightning Blast, a free skill. Free. I hit for 785,000. It's really good for how fast. I mean, that was just like an outlier, but I was like, damn, it hit for 785. Maybe it was 745. It was over 700. Oh, that's for sure a certified banger. For sure. All right. We're at corruption 293. Full on our stability. No shades left. Wait, what are we playing? Rye? Well, we almost have void resistance. That's fine. I'm sure it's fine. This build, I do not have the level of gear that I have on my other characters. So we'll see how it goes. All right. 20%. Not terrible.
This haste, this despair, only out of birds.
Where'd he go? Come on, Rye. There he is.
This haste, this despair, oblivion burns within me. This world, do you deny it?
34%.
My shadow will cover this world.
27. $19. 16. 14. He hit us.
This haste, this despair, oblivion
4, 3, 2. Good night. What did I miss? You miss nothing. Mike takes over the stream in 8 minutes. In 8 minutes. Double check, they are not live yet. I thought a Racing Strike was so strong it felt boring to play. I was supposed to play a Racing Strike today and forgot. I know, I forgot. Intelligence, cast speed, intelligence spell, intelligence crit, lightning. I bet we could do better than that now. It's been a while since I've played this character. I sent EHG Mike my... Oh, your song. I was like, what? He's not gonna like it. He'll be like, what the hell is this? Okay. Let's go crit. Cold. Spell crit. Okay. It's got physical on it. $202, 43, 12. 21-1. 22-1. It boosted us 1,000. I might be better with the penetration. All right, we're going to test this out. So wasn't it Campfire Day today? Aaron loves D4, so he must know. Well, Kaiser, if you were here 2 hours ago, you would have watched us because we watched the entire Campfire together. Sir, you just weren't here because you don't care. You even missed all the beautiful, tremendous polka. Nah, I'm too sexy for D4. I see. I'm too sexy. Aaron is so mean today. What? What did I say? I'm not mean today. If you want me, I'll boot up Core Punk.
Are you not entertained?
That's it. We're booting up Core Punk. But yeah, the wand makes a difference for sure. The lightning penetration.
Stop it. Get some help.
You asked for it, Orange. Your own fault. Remember how many times I fought Rye? All right. This is Rye 300 corruption. Ooh, we don't like it when he hits us twice. It's all right, we got lots of leech. Right back. No, did he disappear again? Nope. $13, $10, $9, $7. You should do a no-hit run. That was pretty close. Oh. Time to get our bingo. Setting up my note card for dev chat. 139. Okay. All right. Aaron is so mean today. That's something a mean person would say. Oh, please, God, no. I think he is mean today Because what I did yesterday, yeah, you're mean. I think tempering is super cool with D4. However, it is crazy you have chances.
Good afternoon, everybody, and
something
welcome
that
back
gives
to
you
another
a
last
one-time
Epoch
chance to add a
Death
bonus and
Stream.
delete the item.
Yeah,
Gold tempers will still be used while upgrading the rest of your
How's it
gear.
going, everybody?
Yeah, it doesn't feel great.
We're hanging out. We're playing some last Epoch. I'm still jamming on this. Oh yeah, we died at the very end. still jamming on this Beastmaster here, having some fun.
He
Welcome.
died to give
If
us
this
our
is your
bingo.
First time here. We stream for charity. Boom, right above my head. And we do cool stuff like talk about last Epoch. And I answer your questions about last Epoch. So if you have any questions, please put at last Epoch game, and I will be doing my best to answer as many of those as possible. Thank you very much, Heavy.
Are they going to release you guys from NDH just before launch or right up until launch? I have no idea.
Woo. That's wild. Thank you very much.
What is happening to the sound? Sounds like it goes slower and slower here. Only the music, though. Everything my stuff is muted.
It's for Mike.
I have nothing on, so this is all through Mike.
Too. Int. Oh! And Tahario with 38. My goodness. Woo! Putting up some big numbers today. We do have a little, just a little preview of what's coming today. We're going to be talking about the boss DR system. Been a hot topic lately, so we're gonna pull back the curtain a little bit later. A little preview. But until then, get the party started with some other questions. Like, will my Scorpion survive? Probably not. Alright. Mike, this is an important question. I'm judging you. Alright, I'm ready. What are your MTG colors? I'm black red. Also, I'm glad you liked the Beard song. Yeah, that was fantastic. that was a good start to the day. I really appreciated that. I'm like so all over the place when it comes to Magic colors. I've been I'm going up to a buddy's house where we're doing a bachelor party in our 30s.
Twitch audio is
which means we're just gonna be playing Magic all weekend.
It gets slow. I'll refresh Mike too.
And yeah, so I've been like shoring up my decks and putting some finishing touches on them and everything. I've got 2 cards. I'm gonna go to the card store and buy. They're like 40 Z cards each. I'm like, I just need to finish this meme deck. I would say overall I'm red blue. That'd be my go-to. If I can only play one pairing from here on out, is it for sure.
Red blue. Do you like that log out? Is that a good one?
Like as a kid, I was like, Counterspell and Lightning Bolt are the best
Red
2
blue,
cards
oh
in
Lord,
Magic.
The pain.
Let's make
Why?
a deck.
Why?
All right, attention, sir. This is your weekly character sheet rework reminder. Thank you very much. That's exactly what mono blue player would say. I just built like my first mono blue deck in forever. I'm like, all right, so we're gonna build. And this is all just like stuff I'd line around. So like, okay, I'm gonna build this mono blue mill deck, and it's gonna be this Goshen Eye of Wisdom Shrine, which is one of 6 cards in Magic, one of 6 creatures in Magic that have no creature type. Shrine is an enchantment type. And there are only 3 blue enchantments, shrines, and it thrives off the number you have. I only have 2 of them, so it's a terrible deck, but it's gonna be fun. Anyways, back to last Epoch. You teased some love for Fire Aura. Is Aura of Decay getting the same treatment? I mean, not the same, because different problems require different solutions. They are similar, but the things that are keeping them from like really shining are I think different animals. Well, partially because one of them is an active skill and one of them's not, so like they kind of sit in different ecosystems. Magic. What about Digimon TCG? I missed that one. Never played it.
Did he answer the question? I'm not sure.
I saw
That's
on
one of our
Discord you were
questions.
replying that Arena isn't planned currently to be in-game farming activity. Can you explain why team wants that instead of making it more interesting with adding more mini bosses, meaningful rewards like preserving leaderboards, while preserving leaderboard aspects, especially since people ask for more in-game. I mean, it's so the arena is one of the end game activities. I don't know.
It's not a farming end game activity.
It's just not. I guess the core. How do I put this? We want the arena to be part of the end game, but we don't want the arena to I guess be a clear-cut, like, really successful way. Like if you're into min-maxing, we don't want the arena to be one of the like the best mathematically ways to get very high-powered gear very quickly. That might be a more accurate way of putting it. Are there any changes you can talk about?
No, I don't play the arena
mode next month/cycle. There's not a lot with the arena that's changing next cycle. The arena's not a huge focus of the next update. We're much more focusing on Pinnacle Boss and the adjoining systems to the Pinnacle Boss, like the lead up to it and such. And that's the primary focus for next
arena.
cycle.
No,
there's definitely like lots of other stuff sprinkled in here and there and everywhere type thing, but the main focus for it is the Pinnacle Boss and the surrounding systems.
Would you look at that?
Any updates on minion tooltips coming 1.1? Not so much as DPS, if that's what you're hoping for. Sorry. Did you catch the D4 Campfire chat? It's like queued up, and I have a like list of like, oh, I gotta watch this document or YouTube videos. It's always sort of getting the list always seems to be growing, not shrinking. But it is the most recent thing I've added to that list. I haven't watched it yet. If not, they are making uniques purple. How does that make you feel? I like uniques. Uniques are brown. The way it's always been, or like brownie orange. You know, that's like a Diablo mainstay, isn't it? Am I crazy? I know they're doing. So I guess yeah, uniques, and legendaries, different things. I always get that flipped because we have it flipped from them. Also, Bee Shrine. Love it. Our little bee friends and our Bee Shrine.
Almost had an awesome belt. It's close. It's probably still keep. Tier 24.
I think purple's a great color for like really high tier stuff. I think purple's like ingrained as like a high tier color stuff from lots and lots of games.
Hey, Brown.
Which was why it was so natural.
Put on the calendar for video content. D4 copying LE.
For our exalted yes. All right. If there was a bard class in game, what kind of music would the character play? Would one genre be polka? I'm asking for a friend. I wonder which friend that is. I feel like it would be more simplistic.
Who's bringing
like,
up
I
polka?
can't imagine they'd have a ton of time to like, you know, make and invent musical instruments so much, like with such sophistication as you kind of need for polka. Like really need for polka. That's what I imagine you needing.
Who asked the polka
Knowledge is so
question?
limited. on that topic. I feel it could be more like channeling the Renaissance Fair.
Not
type
me.
Music, I guess.
You guys are nuts.
Player's been ambushed. Egads! Frenzy totem activate. Ah! That was a close one. Got him. Got him. All right.
Someone with good taste. That's true.
What is the beverage of the day? I'm drinking a raspberry bubbly.
Ooh,
Sparkling
raspberry
water with
bubbly.
a touch of flavoring. Passive. Finish this off. We're gonna head down here, possibly. Oh, here's good too. This node's really handy. At the same time, I'm like, yeah, this node just seems so good for us. That much less so, but
All right, thank you. Wow.
I feel like we kind of gotta go for this.
By the way, everybody, I'm not spec'd into low life. Kaiser.
Let's get some glyphs.
Just thought you should know that.
They make Uber Uniques purple, not all Uniques. Okay, yeah. If you want Mike to answer your question, you should at me. Yes. Put at last Epoch game in the question if you'd like me to see it.
Come on, we need
I will
some
skip over it
bingos.
otherwise. I'm sorry. I'll go back. Can you elaborate on what's the Light Before the Dark race event is? I actually, like, not a matter of not wanting to, I actually can't, because I don't know. I've had my head so, like, just focused on getting stuff done for this patch that, like, I've been ignoring all of the extra stuff, and, like, I found out about that event when someone asked about it in the Ask the Devs channel. No idea. And I, like, once I saw it, I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna wait. I'm not even gonna ask. I'm just gonna, like, wait and see what happens. I have no idea, but I am likewise excited to find out, because I think the concept of, like, a lore race is very cool, and I know there's a few, like, I'm not sure how it's gonna work, but I know there's a few things we've been working on behind the scenes that would make something like this be possible.
Lore race.
Or what I think it could be. I know it's super vague, so because I'm speculating what it actually is myself, but, like, I don't know. I think there could be some. I'm excited to see what they do with it. We'll see. I think it's gonna be fun.
Ooh, that would add 4D corruption.
Do you have any plans for Shaman, new ability, or work on tree? Yeah, like there's nodes coming in for passives. There are no completely new abilities being introduced in 1.1. So like some abilities got, like, some pretty significant changes on various classes, but there's no, like, hey, here's a new skill.
All right, Risen.
But yeah, like there's more connections we're making between some of the active abilities. You know, some bug fixes here and there on some of the totems.
Shaman rework.
Some passives got
Forge
updates.
Guard
No, so there's stuff that's gonna be fun.
Okay, did we get new skills? He just talked about there's no new skills coming. Does that count on the bingo card?
All right, next question.
Yep.
Am I going to survive this? Yes. Do you have? Oh, can you describe the process of actually fighting the pinnacle boss? Not so much. Probably not. Like, where is it? Do you need mats for it? Are there different corruption levels for it?
I can answer that.
Okay, so I can answer, like, one and a bit of those questions. So where is it? I can't really tell you right now, because it kind of, well, you'll have like you'll once it's unlocked, you'll have easy access to it. Like, it's not there's no, like like trek to get there from a waypoint or something. Like there's a waypoint like right outside the door, and it's like there's the door is like right outside another waypoint that you probably already have unlocked type thing. Like so it's not it's not out of the way.
Is it a new season yet?
Physical
July
access
9th.
is easy.
Soon.
You do have to unlock it via a process of some other things that lead up to it. So you have to unlock it. Once it's unlocked, very easy to do. And the way you unlock it is right on the normal path. So like you're not going super far out of the way to find it. It's like
everyone. Look what I just
it's
found.
Smooth. I don't know how to. There's probably a term for this. It flows nicely.
1
natural.
LP Herald of the Scurry with a +3.
Yeah, you need
Wolf.
things that you get in the process of unlocking it.
That's a rare one.
But yes, like there's a key. You can't just like if you physically can run up to it, open the door. No, you need to
show off what?
And are there different corruption levels for it? No. So this is a static
COF.
difficulty content. So what this means is no matter what level you are, no matter what your corruption is, no matter where you are in the game.
And that was not a COF drop, by the way, bro. That was not a COF drop.
It's the same difficulty. It's the same moveset. It is static difficulty content. There's a lot going on in the fight.
Mike's lagging a little bit.
But it does not change based on corruption. If it did, it would be like it wouldn't really be, there'd always be no matter when you fought it, there'd always be a harder because you'd always just up the corruption. Well, that's one of the big things we when we're designing this content. So there's like different things, different reasons we put different content into the game. And one of the core things we want out of this content is to be that that benchmarking content where you can say like, oh hey, boss, this build can beat this boss type thing.
Uh-oh.
Right. Stream 2 of asking as politely as possible for search option. Only T6s, only T7s, please. Much love to the whole team. I can't promise anything, but if you'd like to see it, the best place to ask for it is on the forums, because I don't take any suggestions from the streams ever.
All right, we got 2. New skill and on the forums.
Can you elaborate on? I cannot elaborate on that. Oh yeah, this is the re-ask. Someone told me to message. I went back. Yes, got it. I'm with you. I'm back on track. Do you guys plan on adding sounds to the mood filter in future? This is a really tough one. We've gone back and forth internally on this a few times. We don't currently have active plans to do this. Still fighting for it though. Hey Mike. When new releases are approaching, besides the typical last week where you start delivering a piece of info every day to generate hype, do you guys plan to do more sort of Twitch streams to present the news live to the community or something like that in the future? Well, I think the big documents generally do better as a post, rather because then it can be like directly referenced and like. Instead of having to like scrub through a video and listen to what someone says a few times and maybe it's like misspeaking and things like that. I do try to be very careful with the way I talk and things I say to make sure it's precise. But every once in a while I say like I'll add a plural to something and be like, oh no.
Mike is lagging for sure. I just want to be clear, okay?
That's why that example comes to mind. Yeah, I mean, we do this stream every week, so that's going to continue. I'd really like to do more variants on these streams, like get more guests in. Those have always been really well received. So I'm hoping to, in the maybe the first couple weeks or like the week before even of the patch, getting some guests.
Oh, and we got loot filter.
Well, personally. The streams when I really like having someone to talk to on stream. Like the times we did the podcast and some of the interviews with like
podcast
with a whole bunch of different people. It's been they've flown by. They've just been like, you blink and they're over.
What's up, Robo?
A lot of fun. Will Shadow Daggers get nerfed to 1.1? Shadow Daggers Rogue might be my favorite way to play a rogue character in any video game, but it's really, really strong. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're seeing, I think there's a lot of builds that are getting nerfed. There's a lot of builds that are getting buffed, and even builds that get nerfed will get buffed in other ways too. So like, it's not always just about straight buffs, and it's not always just about straight nerfs. So we're doing buffs and nerfs on basically everything. And the things you see.
Gosh, please kill
really
Shadow Daggers.
Super strong, that are hitting these kind of insane corruption numbers are going to be brought back to reality a bit. To be fixed, no problem. To be fixed, no problem. Don't apologize. It's totally fine.
I don't know what is going on.
You're good. No. Reset. Is there any possibility of the skill receiving some way to restrict targets to companions or otherwise auto-target them? Because while the builds that function are the presence of other allies. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think that's a if because I know we get suggestions sometimes of like oh, can we target the
I can't keep Mike on
the actual skill tree node where it's like attach it to some buff that's already there.
It's Independence Day.
There's probably some node that's like, if you use this on a minion, it gets this extra thing. Well, I mean, it already does that anyways, but like it gets the increased size. But restricting the targets to the minion is yeah, like something like that right there. Yeah, I can see it going on that node, right? I think that's like that if you're gonna, yeah. That's not very far out of the way. It's not like a mandatory thing behind it. It's a pretty basic node already. I would probably put it there. That's what I would do. I think if we're gonna do that.
I don't know. Stream's jacked.
Probably want to check the other notes first just to be safe, but gut reactions right foot, I think.
Maybe it'll catch up.
We get a lot of questions about itemization in the community. Some players are wondering why there aren't more generic uniques. Can you give us a slight peek into the design theory of uniques and your goals for them? I mean, yeah, so I think the uniques get generated fairly organically. It might be a bad way to put it. They get generated largely in isolation from each other, I think is a good way to put it. So there's like someone comes up with an idea for a unique, and it doesn't really matter too much what the other uniques, like there's consideration for other uniques of like, okay, what else in the slot, what are the uniques, what other abilities like overall interact with this in certain builds, stuff like that. But like there's I think rarely we take a step back and look at our like pantheon of uniques to see the distribution of the styles and things like that.
So I'm on Fiverr
so I think
right now.
It sort of naturally ends up being a little bit more of a shift towards more specific uniques, just because it's a lot easier, especially when we're adding in like lots of uniques frequently come with a new mechanic or a new ability, and when new abilities come to the game and new uniques come with them, I think it's really I think it makes a lot of sense for us to be making those uniques for that ability that's entering the game, because you know, there's so many other uniques that have been built up for every other ability throughout over the years. That having
how
that,
long this process
like, initial burst makes it so they don't feel like they're left behind really bad. I think that's happened a few times in a row where like we've released a patch and we're like, okay, we got room for like 15, 20 uniques, but we've got 15, 20 abilities. Not that bad in some cases, but like we've got a bunch of new abilities. We've got 5 new abilities, and so it's like maybe 2 uniques per ability, and suddenly you're at that's at least half of the uniques we're going to put in the patch are specific to new abilities, and you get other abilities that come in. I mean, there's not a hard limit on how many uniques can be in a new patch, but like 20 is roughly about where we normally land. So it's I think, and I think you end up with like a lot of times really interesting things when you can be a little more narrow on topics. So like just getting when you restrict where it's useful, I think you can be a little bit more wild in what it can do. It's probably a combination of like 8 things, and then also like supporting uniques come in. We're still doing those, and those are still like on the backlog of those. Those are almost always very narrow in like a good way. People have like a really specific playstyle that they're trying to like enable and get into the game. It's something that they really love.
Oh, it moved a little bit. His screen. Ones.
So I think long-term goals for uniques is just like more options, more of everything, more generic ones, more specific ones, more everything in between, more. And there will come a time where there's like too many almost, so we gotta be careful about that too. But you know, right now I think we're pretty far from that when you look at other games in the space and how many uniques they have. And I think you can also look at other games too, as like for examples of how things can go as well, because like you like look back at like Diablo 2 for example. There's like the uniques that are actually used and useful. There's so few, and I think uniques are ones that are used are just like really powerful for just like everything.
There's something going on when I click off of the screen.
Just for cold sword.
So you could hear Mike.
And it's like
you could see Mike. Well, now it's not working.
Really narrow ones, and then a few of the really generic ones.
Then when I click on last Epoch,
and there's not options that we have.
That is freaking. That's never happened since we've been doing this. Damn, it's jacked.
One ability I'm trying to, and you can those uniques get slipped into those builds.
You guys have me running a damn speed test.
Rework or potential for one in the future. I mean, I think they're like, I think there's a lot of things that ForgeGuard does really right.
ForgeGuard.
And we're definitely taking like there's things we're adding into it this patch. There's things that I think they'll be improving it, make it feel even better. I think there's a couple skills that could use a rework on ForgeGuard, but for the most part, I don't think the entire class needs like a back to the drawing board type thing. I think the theming's really strong. I think the overall abilities play really well. I think there's, you know, just a few key issues. I think it's a lot closer to being a lot of fun than it seems.
Download 301, upload 723.
There's definitely some tech that's missing to make it really shiny.
All right.
I keep hitting. You can't hear it, but I keep hitting the spacebar. I've hit the spacebar like I don't know 100 times this stream already trying to roll.
Yeah. All right. Restarting the browser. I'm blaming this on alpha. Which is a good one.
Will you make Avalanche great again? I'd love to. I also hate to, because Avalanche. Yeah, I think Avalanche has some cool stuff. I don't think there's any major updates for Avalanche planned this patch, but I think it's. And it is something that we are actively working on. So we usually do leading up to the patch. There's hype week, and so during hype week, there's like. How you can interact with what you'll see on something. Be like next day, like maybe here's the Harbinger system. And go into details on that. Everything you can expect to see with that, and then you know, like the Pinnacles boss and some details on that. A little bit shy on some of the details, so you can experience it firsthand, like exactly what'll happen. And then you know, a little. Once all the major dev blogs have come, then we do patch notes, and it's got all the details like, oh, this ability is getting buffed by that much.
Okay.
All right. In that case of no scaling, are you currently planning Uber variants of bosses or just progression? So we already do kind of do the like boss progression with empowered versions of bosses. This one, the version that's launching on 1.1, the pinnacle boss that's coming in 1.1 will have one difficulty setting. I think having Uber bosses in the future and like combo bosses and all these sorts of intense like hyper challenges are like on the table for future content. 1.1 will have we're coming out with this pinnacle boss, and the pinnacle boss will be that one difficulty for that one pinnacle boss for 1.1. There are like things leading up to it. It's not just walk in, you fight the boss. Like there's
I'm getting it.
Other content you have to do first before you're allowed.
Fixing the solution. In real time.
All right. Serpent Strike has a node that summons a Primal Serpent. Yes, it does. Would this be considered a talisman skill? If talisman skills existed in game, how would you envision them? Envision some other Primalist talisman. What animals would be used? Base this question on the lore master. I have no idea. I have no idea. I feel like just getting more, because like so there's the like aspect nodes. Maybe channeling those in some way, I think could be cool. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't have a good answer to this one at all. Every once in a while I get stumped. I'm throwing the towel. When will the game be available on consoles? Do you think you losing players with PoE2 and D4 both platforms? Cheers. I think we have to
other platforms
have our
Guard.
PC version rock solid before we start getting into console
and
stuff.
new unique.
We are like there's a lot of things that have to happen to get the game released on a console.
And
that we
D4
haven't
and
started
PoE.
yet. Just like there's standards you have to adhere to for specific consoles. There's like whether or not it can be paused, and there's all sorts of little things like maximum memory usages and all these things like that need to be met in order to get onto a console. And personally, I've never released a console game myself. There's other people on the team that have. So we're still in very early days of like looking at relationships with those companies to get Epoch onto consoles. But we're still a ways out from that, I think.
Last Epoch was jacked. It was pinging my GPU at 99.9% when I was playing last Epoch.
Right,
and then when I relogged
thanks
last
to
Epoch, I got an error.
the assist ping there, Heavy. When will the game be available? Oh, it's hi, Mike. Will there be a passive leveling system after reaching level 100 in the future? For example, the Paragon System V3, since they dedicated much time and effort for the safety of Terra and leveled up 13 masteries to level 100 plus, one level 91, one level 83 in this cycle. When can I expect my unique ring? Ring of Real Learning. With the 10 to 25% increased XP mod. Thanks in advance. That is quite the achievement. That is a lot of extremely high level characters. So wow. We don't really have any plans for leveling up like a D3 Paragon style system. Characters hitting max level is we really view that as an achievement unto itself. Just one character hitting max level. So it's not something that we're really expecting most players to do, and because of that, locking a system behind it doesn't really make a lot of sense. We do want there to be like end game farming systems, like end game. I don't remember the wrong word, but like a system where you can progress, keep progressing behind the scenes, like through end game, and have it be exciting and interesting. The way the passive system works inherently, it becomes less and less exciting to get passive points as you put points in. Once you get past around level 75, 80ish, and we're really happy with how the passive system is working and what it's bringing to the table.
Hey, it's pretty interesting. To the Diablo haters out there, isn't this telling? Last Epoch, are we going to get Uber Uniques? Last Epoch, are we going to get auto pickup? Last Epoch, are we going to get progression past 100?
We feel factions more fit that role, and as we get more factions into the game, and as the faction systems get fleshed out more, and fix the issues that we have with them. First passive, which is happening in 1.1, and we're going to keep updating 1.2 and keep adding more as we get through to 3, 4, 5, and all that sort of stuff. So you're gonna see updates to that continuing, and that type of in-game progression system to get cool stuff is probably going to come more from the faction system than it is from a system that's tied to one. Give us Reimer to talk about all the cool news. Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Reimer,
hey, Reimer, you want to
awesome.
come join me next time? Talk about some cool nodes, huh? He's probably not listening. It's quite late. That is part of the problem. It's like he's in Europe, so it's the middle of the night. Hi, Mike. Oh, yeah, I didn't say that. Yes, I went back. Hi, Mike. Hello, Mr. Fibble. Fibble. I always love your name and ruin your name, and I realize right after every single time. I'm sorry. Hi, Mike. Do you know if there are any plans for future cosmetics via Twitch drops? Yes. As of today, I believe we got new info.
If you guys have not seen my video,
are we here? Oh.
comments and likes are appreciated for the algorithm. It's on new Twitch drops.
Fastest way to cheat this on to the screens this way. Here we go. Here is the we just posted this on our various everythings. So if you want Twitch drops for the patch,
You get him on Aaron Action RPG.
Oh,
July 9th.
I'm being told right now we're changing the way we're doing Hype Week this patch. This is for 2 hours on any one day. So if you watch any of the related streams for 2 hours on any one of these days, you get.
They're changing Hype Week.
These cosmetics. It's a pet and a cape. So I'm getting extra information tossed at me right now live. All right, Hype Week. We're actually condensing it into fewer, larger posts, and then the patch notes. So it's gonna come faster and bigger, I guess. All right. Any love coming for Volcanic Orb in Cycle 2? Been asking for literal years. I don't have any specific details on what's coming up for Volcanic Orb.
Punk. That sounds like fun.
I don't think it's unreasonable to see something. We'll see what happens though. And we're changing the way we're doing Hype Week because of your feedback.
Brown, did you hear that? Oh my god. It's so funny.
Speaking of feedback, if you've been playing Last Epoch for a while, and I feel like most of the people here probably have, not all, but most, and you haven't bothered to go on over and drop a review yet, however you want it, I would encourage you to check out that opportunity now.
I'm dying. Yes, based upon community feedback, they're changing Hype Week. Right. People are
since 1.0 of Last Epoch, how has this launch permanently changed the dynamic structure and outlook of EHG from what the company was before? I mean, we've definitely we're growing in size. We're hiring more people, more like crazy talented people have been applying for jobs, which is so cool. And so we've been getting more developers, more artists, more designers, more other types of artists, more.
Come on.
I think we're. Better content out faster too. I know things that like I recently just took one of my hats off and gave it to someone, which I was so happy for. You're doing a great job.
Back? Just say screw you and give them the info the day before.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. Just like you like when after the game launched, there's just like so many more eyes on it that people who are both like talented game development professionals and just love video games suddenly see the game and are like, hey, that sounds like something cool I might like to do. And you're like, yes, come do this with us. It is cool. You would like to do it.
Wait, is this a reaction? Normally we play Dev Chat Bingo every single Friday, trying to guess what questions are going to get asked.
Yeah, I do hate that, though.
Some reason Twitch keeps dropping. I don't know why.
No room. How about now? Aha.
Look at his stash. Ugh. He runs out of space, buys another one. Oops. That's a hoarder.
Always one more stash tab.
He needs your organization. He does.
Clear this whole one. We could almost have the entire Stability done. Right. I'm very excited, very excited about Cycle 2. Cycle 1 had a very rough start. How are you guys better prepared for a huge popularity with Cycle 2? I mean, a ton has changed. Like server backend wise, the code that runs the server, that runs the networking stack, that runs all the adjacent systems. So much of that has been updated and improved. And we had done a lot of artificial testing before, but we had never had 265,000 people playing simultaneously. So like,
send him the boot
artificial
camp
tests
video.
are great, but they don't always tell the whole story. Like a unit test can only do so much, and we definitely learned a ton and have put so much of that into action. There's an entirely new networking stack that the game's running on now compared to what it was then. We're not done either. So like 1.2 will be even better than 1.1, and we're just gonna keep improving it. But yeah, it's woo. Sneeze there. This might. Oh, I should have done this before boss. Okay, well, 100 stars. Sweet. We're so not a crit build though. We're like so the opposite of the build that wants this. Okay, when I get to the boss, I'll show you. I'll talk about it because we do have some exciting news about boss DR and what we're doing with that. I'm actually going to share with you the details. When we get to the boss fight, I'll go deep on it.
New details.
Don't forget to put at last Epoch game in the question if you'd like me to answer it. I just scroll back.
I cannot
just
believe
scroll
they
past the
changed
huge
Type
chunk.
Week.
I'm assuming there's nothing in there. About how many new uniques will be added in 1.1? I'm not 100% sure. We're still adding them. Is the funny part. So there's still a couple more getting sprinkled in. I think we're in and around our usual amount. But I haven't counted them. Comfortably double digits, though. I'll say that with confidence. And definitely not triple digits. That in place Fury Leap with a Frenzy Totem down, getting all of the all the spines that come up. Yeah, actually does decent.
Come on, Mike, show us the leaks.
It's important stats. What are your views of the Rogue or one of its masteries to have Vanish or Stealth skill? This is a really interesting topic, and we've talked about having like a disengage, a stealth, a vanish, something like that, quite a bit, and it's really difficult to make it play nice, make it play well, especially in it just doesn't, the playstyle doesn't fit super well in an ARPG, and we've kind of tried to emulate that feeling and the thematics of what's going on a little bit with Smoke Bomb. That's how Smoke Bomb was born.
We almost got Mike dice.
We're trying to make a vanish or a disengage type ability, and Smoke Bomb's what came out of that that design discussion. That was quite a while ago. I don't know if there's always these old topics where we're we've worked on something and that's how we came up with, it's what worked, yada yada yada, and then 4 years goes by. And all of a sudden, there's a bunch of new things you can do in the engine because we keep building little things for other skills. And we're
guilty.
Oh my god, this works now type thing.
Minion tooltips
There's
for minion
a
anything.
staff that's in the game that originally was being designed. It's supposed to try and be an unarmed weapon. And about 2 years after that, we made our first, maybe even longer. We made our first unarmed weapon in a pair of gloves. So nothing yet,
Got
but
it.
maybe soon. I see someone asked Steam Deck verification on the menu. We're working on it. We are working on it. I don't think we've quite got that checkmark ready yet. But I know we've like submitted a few builds for checks and things like that. So it is in development. I don't think it's quite there yet.
I'm so used to playing Last Epoch during the dev
With
stream.
regards to factions, based on what you just said, will future factions be attainable alongside the current two, or is it intended that you only ever affiliated with one at a time? We do intend that you will obtain
Factions,
and track
bottom
multiple
right.
factions simultaneously. This is something we've talked about before, but I think only on stream, so I'm not surprised that it's not just ever. But like, here's the.
I'll have to play only COF, Kaiser.
Here's a diagram I usually draw. So like, if you've got the one box of you got MG and you got COF, and then and you have to pick one of those two, and they're mutually exclusive. And then maybe you've got another one over here that's like RPR1, and you've got here that's like FG3, and they're mutually exclusive with each other. I'm just putting random things in here. Please don't try and figure out what that is, because I don't know. And then maybe you've even got another one in here that's like HB.
Oh, you're taking a back seat today? The game is pinging at 99% and crashing the stream.
And so like you can pick like I'm gonna be you come through and you're like, okay, well I'm gonna play COF, and I'm gonna play PG1, I'm gonna play and you get this one as well. So like, you get all three of these and you track them all individually, and you're like, oh, okay, well I actually don't want COF, I'm gonna switch over to this one, and that's fine. And like they all exist in their own like little ecosystems almost. Started adding the numbers in, so it would be more ridiculous. I don't know why I started labeling them at all. All right, will the further development of factions in the future, could we see leaning towards more PoE Atlas style experience with like factions tree and such? It's possible. We did design the UI for it to be
no, it's pinging my GPU to 99% usage, killing my
separate
computer
UI
right now.
that tracks all the
I don't know
faction
why.
stuff independently with like we've got UI set up for it. You'll see it eventually.
I know why. Why? 4090 sucks.
Oh, Reimer, you're here. Yeah, come join me on stream. That'd be cool. Not right now. This month's charity. Oh, no. Any chance you guys ever stop using Unity? Kind of feels like a lot of the performance stuff is tied to using an engine not made for RPGs. No? Switching an engine off, like, to a completely different engine right now.
Under NDA, I see.
Are you guys okay if we take, like, a 2-year break from releasing content? Like, probably not. I don't think switching engines is really feasible for us. We've been working on an engine upgrade, like so a new version of Unity. It's gonna help with a lot of things. You know, I fairly frequently get asked the question like, hey, if you could go back and do it again, would you avoid using Unity? Would you have used something else instead? If you had the, like, knowing what you know now, going all that stuff. I genuinely think the answer is no. Mostly because, like, I don't know if we would have managed to get this far without Unity in the first place. And so
like that
and
answer,
then at the same time, it is also just kind of too late to switch, and have that be a reasonable idea to do. That's it.
2 of the 3 people that
That's
made
all
me
the
buy and
questions?
play Ellie are on
I actually
stream.
caught up mid-stream.
Just Frosty missing.
Love it.
If you watched the podcast, all 3 of us would have been
If I
on
missed
stream.
one, and you want to ask it again, please put at Last Epoch Game. Last Epoch 2 on a new engine. Yeah, there you go. Am I standing or sitting down? I am standing. My hand is the palm of my hand is flat on the ceiling right now. You can see how bent my arm is.
Mike's a pretty tall guy. He's like 6'2".
This is my hand is just touching the ceiling.
Big boy.
It's right there. Several times I've accidentally punched it, getting excited. Like something happens. I'm like, yeah, I did it. Just boom.
Man, Serpent.
Who's your favorite SG1 character and why is it Teal? I've been asked this before. I love Teal. Christopher Judge did such a good job. No, my favorite character is O'Neal. It's just his I don't know, aloofness.
Normal size.
Really clicks for me. But the whole gang's great. Carter, runner-up.
I'm talking to EHG on my side monitor about
She wrote
Hype Week.
and like directed a bunch. I don't know if she wrote. She directed, I think, a bunch of Travelers, which was also fantastic. She was in it as well. Time for a spoiler, but we're so today I've got we're not doing little things this week. I've got one really big thing for you this week.
No, one
I
really
was gonna
big
do it right as I get to the boss
spoiler.
fight. I was gonna use the boss fight to explain it a little bit. Sorry, I haven't been following the updates for a while. That's all right. Will there be an update about ADR? We change the move to stay the same. Like, we're talking about like adaptive, the boss reduction, boss DR. Yes, if you look at the title of the stream, I'm going to talk about that today. Yeah, we are removing it. I guess we can just talk about it now. Adaptive boss damage reduction is getting cut for 1.1. It will no longer be something that exists in last Epoch. So the big feedback we've been getting a lot with it. I guess we can go over some goals first and then talk about feedback. So one of the goals of a system like this that we have is, having the bosses not just be insta deleted, while also not having while slightly reining in the difference between a oh my god WTF epic OP build and hey, look what I built in my spare time for fun type builds. Thank you very much for the sub.
A Racing Strike
Loco
good
John
now?
DK.
We'll see.
Might be interested in this.
I watched the podcast and that's what hooked me.
And so yeah, so
Nice.
that's the main things the boss adaptive boss DR is doing. And how, let's talk about, I guess, how it does that. So how it does that is by, it gives the boss a bunch of damage reduction to start. So you like, boss spawns in and has a bunch of damage reduction. And then just straight multiplicative DR. And as time passes where you are not dealing damage to the boss, that just falls off. That erodes, that fades away, so it's vanishing, disappearing. And eventually it'll just get back to normal flat damage. And then anytime you are spent damaging the boss, depending on how fast you're
glad you
damaging
like
the
the
boss, how much
podcast.
you're
Thank
damaging the
you.
boss, it will gain more DR. So the boss will, as you hurt it more, it takes less damage. As you hurt it less, it takes more damage. Pretty simple. It is built in such a way that the fastest way to kill a boss is by just killing the boss. There's no like, oh, slow DPS here to get a slingshot boost and kill it real fast. Like it reacts instantly, mid ability and everything. So it's like there is no really gaming the system, which is good. But at the same time, it does leave people where they're like, oh, okay, this is like they go to a test dummy and they're like, oh, this meteor hits for 10,000 damage. Then you go to a boss and oh, this meteor hits for 1,000 damage. Great, that's awesome. And there's this that feeling has been we've been getting a lot of feedback on that feeling being not so awesome. So we are really looking at placing the system, really looking with something that achieves the same goals makes the boss fights more interesting, more dynamic, and
the update
still
is
lets
huge.
your numbers be big.
It's a nice update. The change they've made.
Really
that everyone
have
will see.
a good feeling of, hey, I got this new sword, it does more damage, and now I do more damage and I kill the boss that proportionately faster too. So like, we are when we do remove adaptive boss damage, we are replacing it with something else. I don't want to stand in this.
Die, Mike.
Could just kill them.
I hate that he's just playing the camp. Oh no, he's in Monolith.
So
I was
what
like,
what
is
are we
he playing
replacing it
campaign?
with? We figured it would be best to replace it with something that is that leverages existing in-game systems already for defenses. Something that is really easy to communicate to the player what's happening, how it works, what's going on, all that sort of stuff. Where there's not really a like, hey, why isn't my damage why is my damage nerfed so much? And then they have to like go look in the game guide, like find out why this is happening, or they go to the forums and things like that. And it's this like confusion point, and it's just like it doesn't feel good, and it's like, oh, okay, then this is like, can I do anything to play around this to play better? Oh, and then you find out, no, I can't. And it's like it doesn't feel good. The whole experience kind of sucks right now, and so we're trying to target that feeling and bring back the like boss fights in general to be a little more fun, just from switching that system up.
Die.
Brief pause for some questions to catch up on. Favorite Star Trek? Voyager, for sure. Your item in game currently? I mean, I love the silly stuff, so probably the spoon.
The ladle?
If there was one thing you were allowed to change about LE, no questions asked, what would it be and why? Weapon swap? You'd have 2 weapons. You'd be able to swap weapons. I've still got a version locally that I can do it. Ha! None of you can have it. Is there a way to find out what the secondary elemental types are for each class? Like how Mage and Void are secondary? I'd say like Mage and Void is like tertiary. Because it only exists in items.
Yep.
But I mean, just like come in here, if you see it on like 3 or fewer abilities, if you see like a little icon on 3 or fewer abilities, I would call it a secondary element for that class.
You just gotta memorize them.
And if you see it on none, but it's possible to get, tertiary. The campaign story has been completed, hasn't been completed yet. Is what I think this meant to say. Since you like Legend of Zelda series, could we battle against our shadow self, our void self in the future? I mean, that's
guilty.
I think that's on the
left.
table, and we've
Mike
kind
to
of
die.
pulled elements of that in a little bit ish with the arena champions and the like Forgotten Knights. Kind of got some visuals of that there, and then also the exiled mages feel a little bit like that. And there's some other stuff that's coming too soon that will have that theming even stronger. So yes, keep an eye out. All right. About permanent CC on bosses, yep, that's we're also addressing permanent CC on bosses. If you're like, there's a threshold, but like if you're epic enough, you can still do it. But we're definitely restricting it a lot more. Yeah. I do have a little
my
clip to show you where it
Scorpion.
does permanent CC the
Mike's
boss, but
Scorpion.
I would like preface this with like, this is the absolute epic diss out character possible. Yes,
Mike's
that's a word
Scorpion.
now. Are you confident that your end game addition Endgame additions next cycle will be enough to keep the player engaged after the campaign? I mean, I think it's going to improve it. I think there's going to be lots of cool new stuff to do. So we'll see. I think it's going to be a significant improvement over what we have currently. And everyone's a little bit different on how much they like to play.
New balance, new uniques, new quality of life, and 3 new endgame systems.
All right. Appreciate Voyager with the TNG. I would say TNG close second. TNG is the only other one that I will like that I've rewatched more than twice.
Yeah, it's not my Scorpion. I like the visual on the new Scorpion though. It looks good. And the Bird Raptor.
Original series is great. It's a little too short, and like it was still finding its footing.
Mike dies. We got our bingo.
I think Enterprise gets a bad rap. I think it's better than you remember it. Just fast forward through that intro song.
He's playing non-empowered monos. There's
I think
no
the
way
new
he's
the new
gonna
era
die.
is fantastic, and those are all the Star Treks that exist. Sitting on a space station is not trekking through the stars. Oh yes, can I expand on what's actually replacing the adaptive DR system will be? Absolutely, I'd love to. I've been kind of stalling until I get to the boss fight a little bit here. So I guess I'll just talk about it here. We're using Ward. So Ward is already a system that's built into Last Epoch for having a temporary shield. I think this is a pretty natural option, and anyone who's been following along is probably not very surprised by this. So what's going to happen?
Ward is coming to all of your boss fights.
Oh no! Oh no! Wasn't gonna show that right away. That was the little video I've got. There it goes. Okay, so here's an example of what a health bar, an enemy boss health bar, may look like in 1.1. I've got a little clip for you. You can see it in action too in a second. So we'll break down what's happening here. So every boss and almost every mini boss, so not every mini boss, but most of them do have these little pips you see. This little pip, this one, and here's one that's been activated. And so these are like these for Majasa at the end of the campaign, which I still haven't done in this character. These are the 4. So there's 4 breakpoints, and so we can pick and choose based on which boss it is, how many breakpoints it has. I can have any number of them really, and as you get their health down to that point, so you're fighting the boss, you get to this point, and it gets a portion of its health back as ward when you hit this point. So you get to this point, and it gets a brief stun, so it does stun the boss when you get to the point, and then it fills up its health bar with ward. And the ward amount right now I think is 75% of its max health. We're still adjusting that, so it's somewhere in the range of 3/4 of its health is probably going to be the amount of ward that it gets, and that might become variable per boss as well. Having it be consistent is probably better in general. And then so unlike normal ward, this ward, the decay rate is inverted from what normal ward is. So normal ward, normal ward is based on the decay of ward is based on the amount of total ward you have. So if you have 10,000 ward, your ward decays faster than if you have 1,000 ward. Bosses are different. When a boss gets ward, its ward decay rate increases with time. So the longer the boss has ward, the faster that ward disappears. So if you have some sort of like
when the ward triggers, it immediately starts going down quick,
you can
and
do
of course
that
if you're hitting them, it flies down.
As the ward is getting low,
life goes down, next tick, flies down, next tick, flies down.
There's a little bit of counterplay there. There's a little bit of ways you can like actually adjust your play if you really want to min-max your combat mechanics themselves.
But technically you can take a
quarter
of the life,
I think is a really positive thing to have,
then just dodge,
especially when it is displayed somewhere that is
on its own.
More intuitive. I have notes.
The old system with the dynamic
and we can position the breakpoints not
reduction
evenly spaced if we want. We can put them wherever we want.
Hurting you more. You just didn't know it.
So sometimes we'll use
the best
the
way to
breakpoints
describe
as also phase change indicators.
No.
At this breakpoint, so it's this really natural, clean break, and it's really obvious what's happening. Use the time. Oh yeah, and then like tankier boss, the rate that the ward decay. Different types of bosses. Thank you, Heavy, very much for the 10 gifted subs to the community. Congrats to anyone who got one of those. That's big. Yeah, I know you've been trying it here. Hope you've been enjoying it. I take it you probably have, given that reaction. Yeah, so like if there's like a really tanky boss, maybe we'll like make the decay rate increase a little bit slower, things like that. And then yeah, so a little video to show you about how this looks in the fight. And so this is kind of two things. One, to just show you how it flows. It's a very short clip. I just want to preface this by saying this character is as like decked out as you can possibly have. It is super mega, super mega.
Showing Frostclaw is a mistake, but
like this character is epic. And so this is fighting an empowered 220 corruption. What's it called?
Abomination.
A-bomb. It's the A-bomb. So the end of the first monolith, 220 corruption. So it is a beefy boss fight. I don't know if this is playing audio or not. Yeah, so you can see there it's getting ward. Next point, it's getting the ward. There you go. So yeah, this is extremely buff character.
This is the future.
I do this so it gets a full cycle through the clip without anything popping up over top of it.
So instead of them having damage,
so this is what boss ward is going to look like.
Solution.
So you still can, if you are. This is why I'm pressing this with the perma CC thing, because it is this character is specifically designed to show this extremely quickly, because we're just showing the this boss DR system, or not DR system. Oh my goodness, DR system replacement, the ward system. So this is specifically set up to be happening really quickly and permafreeze this character. It is not a real situation. Cool. All right.
You like it? No.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a bunch of questions on that. Let's answer some of those. Does the ward decay? The ward does decay. The ward decays naturally, just like ward normally decays, and then as time goes on, it decays faster and faster. So you get a this is where you get that like slight normalization effect. So builds that are doing a little bit less damage overall will get to catch up a tiny bit in this sense. It's not like a huge shift, but it's just like it's a tiny little bit of normalization that happens.
You like that, Brow?
But if you've got the deeps, just push through. Will there be a way to pierce the boss ward? I mean, no, it's like you gotta get through the ward. Just like how like enemies have to get through your ward.
It is gonna feel like bosses are harder, but they're easier.
Bypass your wards.
But since you didn't have
but that
really
is percent
a
current
visual
health damage,
before,
so it never kills you.
It's gonna feel different. I don't know if that makes sense. Bosses naturally had damage reduction.
In the Temporal Sanctum dungeon, Julra at some point pulled out. How can they manipulate time? Maybe I missed it. But who is they? You are they. We are they. The player character is they. The Julra's not really talking to you. They're kind of using to themselves. Alright, assuming you have a build that can theoretically break multiple thresholds,
Yes! Bingo!
I.e. an attack on the boss could get it a second ward breakpoint. Would it gain 2 instances of the ward? Well, so like it goes through all of the damage. So if you had one hit that could get from like a breakpoint to like and through the ward from that breakpoint, and then through the health to the next breakpoint, you know, and then it would trigger the second one at the end of that. Yeah, like it applies all the damage sequentially and it works properly. So there's a fixed maximum total health that if you could deal that fixed total maximum health and plus all of the ward breakpoints all in one hit right at the very start, theoretically you could kill it in one hit. But it's a lot. Like it's designed such a way that like it discourages that a little bit, that extreme case, because when you're fighting the boss, it is assumed that there's a little bit of time in that ward decay threshold, that ward decay time, where the decay is helping you speed it up a little bit as well. So you'll almost, unless you're doing that extreme case, you won't ever be doing the maximum amount of total HP and ward combined damage to the boss, because some of it decays naturally. Out of curiosity, why do you as a team feel the game needs a system like this for boss health? I mean, mostly the reasons I went over earlier. There's you know, there's sometimes a pretty big distinction in boss killing power. and having those bosses, like having them actually do their mechanics and having them actually like play out a little bit and be the boss fight we want them to be is important to us. It's something that we think is important for the game and important for the challenge of completing the dungeon or monolith or whatever they're representing. You know, actually fighting the boss is important. Since Ward will be adjusted, can you please add a new beard blocking mechanic?
Oh my gosh, there's...
Sorry, I don't think that'll work well. Does it stun every boss? Seems like every high DPS build will stun lock them every time. The little stun that happens when it does hit one of those breakpoints.
The guy that was giving us crap a couple of weeks ago is in their chat saying, can you please showcase 2,000 corruption, not 220? He's literally saying that...
I want to reiterate,
I don't want to get
very
into it.
much extreme case. This is like, we went into a build editor and we're like, a character editor, and we're like, what possible numbers can we put in here? And I think we just like added the artificial damage button onto that type thing. So it's like... I was a buff character. The goal of giving, the reason why we have such a ridiculously buff character in that video is two things. One is to show that
he's going off.
If you
right
are
now.
going ham, you can still have these ridiculously powerful builds, and you do scale relative to your content. Which
I'm sorry, isn't it hilarious that Mike's like, "Hey, this is a beefy boy. This is 220 corruption, abomination." You know, EHG senior developer, co-founder. And show 2,000 I just can't.
The answer is yes. And also just to keep the clip short. Overall, is the goal for the system to be fairly equal to the old system in terms of how tanky bosses are for any given amount of damage
Kids
dealt?
being kids. It's wild.
Relatively similar, yes. Like some bosses will be more tanky, some bosses will be less tanky, some bosses will be more tanky against specific strategies, and some bosses will be less tanky against those specific strategies. So I think it's less of a one-to-one and more of an adjustment. I think personally for me, one of the reasons I really like it so much is that it does inject a little bit of counterplay into the system where players can adjust their playstyle, they can save up cooldowns and things like that to actually affect how fast they can kill the boss if they are really going to min-max it. And then players who aren't going to care that much about that min-maxing side of things are still going to have a fun experience with boss fights. And it's not hiding stuff. It's not hiding
How
stuff
long would
behind,
it, Lady Medusa? What do you think? How long would it physically take
it's there
for
to
you,
your face.
just
It's very clear
time-wise,
what's
to
happening.
hit 2,000 corruption? How long do you think that would take?
So one shiny boss is still prevented due to the nature of how Ward suddenly appears. I mean, it is possible to one shot, but the one shot, the amount of more damage you need relative to now to one shot a boss, it's harder to one shot a boss now, like just straight up one shot it. But it is still possible. It was the exact same thing that killed me last time. That's that frenzy totem I told you to.
2 straight weeks to do 2,000?
Mike dies, bingo. Mike, can you please talk more about what was announced about that event? What was announced? If you're talking about the the light before the dark thing.
I can't read the chat for Ellie. It's
I've just been told there's actually
can't read
even more uniques than I thought there was.
I don't ever want to have like a negative opinion of the community of Last Epoch. I can't read the chat. Then the questions asked to Mike. It's too much.
Like about double last time.
It's too much. Do.
I don't know anything more about the event that just got announced. The story race event. I am completely in the dark. I have no idea.
Sorry,
How long
no
will it be? We're aiming still at 3,000 to 4,000.
Consider myself a respectful person.
3,000 to 4,000. 3 to 4 months. 3 to 4 months is our go-to time for cycles right now. If you want your question answered, you should tag me. Yes, good question. Let's see what the question was. Are you nerfing overpowering items like Twisted Heart? Are you nerfing overpowered build archetype items? Frostbite Shackles and Snowdrifts. I don't have any specific details on what's getting nerfed or buffed. I will say that there is there's tons of nerfs and buffs all over the place. Builds that were previously able to reach several thousand corruption levels will still be incredibly powerful builds relative to the other builds that are out there, but I would not aspire to being able to reach several thousand corruption anymore.
Crush their dreams, Mike. Oh, we got the mic dies. That is great.
Note to self, I cannot survive that attack. No matter how much I think I can.
I remember my friend being at 3,000 and he was stuck. He couldn't kill anything after the nerfs. Yep.
This hate, this despair, oblivion burns within
Yeah, we're going to be a little bit quiet because Mike's going to try and focus and not die. Since Mike's Void Res is 7!
Bingo!
I hit space to evade again. It's my thumb's just like, yeah, evade. You got it, evade.
He
nope.
hit space to use evade.
I think we should do I'm like, let's just go back and try again. Let's get some Void Res under our belt and try again after that. Sound good? Yep. We gotta complete the campaign. Okay, we've got like 37 minutes left. Like let's go finish the campaign.
The guy? Okay, I'm sorry. The guy in the chat, because of that video of freezing Abomination, he's now trying to figure out how to get as much cold as possible to push thousands
I'm gonna do
of
it. I want to beat the campaign here.
Because of the clip of the teaser. And he's asking if you can
what
have
do
a
you
cold
offer players for each year of them owning and playing the game? For example, happy game birthday, here's your 5,000 gold. We don't have anything like that right now. I mean, it's a cool idea.
Shatter King, baby.
I don't know. I can see there being some sort of like cosmetic that went with that, but we don't have anything like that. I think there's a danger in doing something like that, because as soon as you have things where it's like it's impossible to get
again.
this thing anymore
He's in the
because it's
campaign.
been like the game's been out for 10 years and like the 10th birthday prize is this. You know, it doesn't really work too well for like new players just being locked out of things. And it's cool to get prizes and things like that. I think if we were gonna do, we don't really like that plan right now, but I do like the idea. And if we were to do something like that, I would advocate for it being, I don't know why I just went around in a circle, more of a like, this is what we've been doing to teach our kid how to poop. If you get like a box of prizes and you say like hey, you can like here's your birthday prize, and it's you can pick one of these 5 things for your birthday prize. I think that's the better way to do it, so that there's like a new player could come in and get any one of the birthday prizes on their first year or something like that. But like somebody who's been around forever has all of them type thing. So there's one that's really exciting for someone, they can still get it. They're not locked out of it, waiting for 10 years to get the one that they really want.
I remember when I froze
like here's like
Emperor
basically the same as
with
last
you,
time we
Shatter
tried this, so like I don't know why I'm
remember that.
expecting this to be so much easier. Not like almost nothing has changed.
Primalist at 98, highest character.
Not sure if this was asked, but are there any plans to add more refined criteria to the loot filter system? We do have some plans for improving the loot filter. They're probably not all of the things you're hoping for if you're asking this question, but we are expanding what it has access to, and then we're also working on some backend changes that will allow us to do some other things too. So there's some knock-on effects of some decisions we made previously for networking stack stuff that has to get changed before we can change them. Which I know sounds kind of weird. Sometimes you just like, well, it doesn't need to know this data, so you like lock it out. Recognize that weapon? Huh? Any plans to introduce a unique that makes Meteor from fire to cold? I would say unlikely, but possible.
That is the guy that wants the 2000 corruption.
Usually cold meteor
Because
is
he wants to
called
try
Comet,
and
right?
permanently CC Abomination like you showed in the video at 2000 corruption.
Don't stop me now.
Crying out in despair. However the void came here, must drive it back.
I like me
There's
some
a-
Primalist. All I wanted was a 3L, 4LP.
I can't remember what show it was on. There's some British show. They're miming out. I think it was a British show. Miming out the song. Like they mime out songs in dance to people who got headphones on and try and guess what song it is. That one was fantastic. Like any Frostbite build is required to use Shackles plus Snowdrift, which is just boring. I see what you're saying. There are things we do trying to increase the diversity there. Is it possible to download a sound file of Zarek dying? I don't think so.
Correct.
It might be buried in the game file somewhere. I don't know if it's extractable or not. How many hours played do you have on Last Epoch according to Steam? This is a tricky one because it is basically just what I've played on stream. Because when we're playing on our like in the editor and in test builds and things like that, it tracks it on a different counter. But right now it is sitting at an embarrassingly low 1,100 or 1,012.
Did
Should
he
you
ever
divide
answer
that
my
by
question
2?
about
Is
the
that the number of
launch
streams I've done?
issues? Yes. Yes, he did.
No, it's not.
Lots have changed. I made a note of it because I'm going to cover it in my dev chat video for tomorrow morning. You just said it's going to be way better. He said backend, support, infrastructure, bugs. Response time.
You met Ted. Have you considered something like the amount of ward the boss gains is directly tied to how long it took to get them to the breakpoint? So you don't punish lower damaging builds. For example, if you took 1 second to get there from the breakpoint, it fills 100% of the ward bar. If you took 5 seconds to get there from the breakpoint, it fills 50%. Yes, we have considered something like that. It adds another layer of like obfuscation of like what's happening in the mechanics. And part of what we're trying to do with this is have it be a little intuitive. So having that amount of ward that it gains be a static fixed amount is
asking the real question.
Something that we are really interested in maintaining.
Your question gives me content. Something like that.
Having the way that the ward decays does also already provide that like slower builds to catch up a little bit. Because it starts to decay faster and faster as you go.
Thank you.
So builds that take longer to get through the ward will have the ward just disappear on its own a little bit faster. Over!
Thank you. We got it today.
Yay, did it! First try, no problem. Woohoo, it's over.
Nice job, Mike. Nice job.
There's your 2028 Christmas hat. Nice version of that. You can do it via the gifted item. You can do it via the gifted.
No.
Blocking one of the letters.
It'll take like whatever cycle we're in. It'll take 3 times and then it'll click back. Come on, Twitch. There.
That's a bug.
No gifts? Or grifts? What'd you think? Gifts. Your gift is our friendship.
A little aggressive of a jump out of the way.
You know?
See, right there, like especially in like melee.
Which is acting super weird.
We've been talking about the evade mechanic and the relative power of melee to range with the evade mechanic. And this fight is a perfect example of why I've been saying that melee is really good with evade, because that type of that cone attack especially, and the shape that cone attack has where you're standing, evade at melee is enough to get you out of it. But evade at range is not really enough to get you out of it, unless you're like really far away already. But like it's, as far as like a difference from what we have now to what we're getting with evade after the fact, it's I think it has a better.
Are you talking about Twitch drops?
Moment impact on your gameplay in a boss fight as a melee character.
You stop this sorcery.
This would be so much easier if you had died with her. No matter.
You think this is over?
Yeah, I do for now, but I'm coming for you.
Nothing of the power I've been given. Orobis showed me the way. All I needed was the
nothing of the power I have taken.
Look at this.
Brought it right to me.
This morning they released
Epoch is mine.
new Twitch drops.
All right, you can do it via the gifted item icon and just give every new player all the old gifts too. Oh, I see what you're saying. After all, we can after all, they too can manipulate time. That's nice. I see what you're saying. More of like the first birthday of last Epoch, we give something to all the players, and the second birthday of last Epoch.
Oh, that's what you're talking about.
Like, how long is this
you're talking about.
Yeah, I really like that idea too. Huge big thanks to whoever stole the Civilopedia from Civ to make an in-game guide for an RPG. Here's my Civ 6 playtime.
2,500 hours. He loves Civ.
Civ 5. Civ 5's got to be on here too, isn't it? What's under Sid? Not Civ, Sid. It's my Civ 5 playtime. Oh, apparently I didn't ever play Civ 4 on Steam. They're all in here.
Welcome back.
You're welcome.
No, farewell, traveler, and good luck.
All right, how much more time do we got?
Oh, wow, since I played. It's been January 7th
20
was the last time I
minutes.
played it, actually. Oof. Gotta get another game soon. I'm too busy.
Oh, yes.
Right.
It's gonna be this space feels oddly empty to me right now. Just saying.
Was that a teaser?
All right, there's a belt that summons meteor. Yes, there is. Any plans to have more of the belts that are similar, like the belt that summons static orb? This is the belt you're talking about right here. Haha, I just found one. Yeah, we there's items that trigger abilities. People love those items. They're some of the most like build enabling items out there. People are big fans of them. We're gonna keep doing them. We're trying to do them in different ways too. Have like a little bit more creative ways of doing it. I think is gonna be positive as well. That's unfortunate.
All right, Tekken, have a good one, sir.
Some stability back. I don't remember if this was in your roadmap, but are there any plans to release skill MTXs in the near future? 1.1 specifically will not have skill MTX, I can tell you that much. We have started kind of working on the system. It's still we have none internally still. We don't even, like, the system to even make it function doesn't exist internally yet.
Aw, but we want that.
So early days on that. Yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna warm up some food. Tell me if anything good's at.
Kudos on the launch of the game. Thank you. Was great. Timing of Harbingers for me is bad. First Descendant, once human. Last Epoch is the best RPG on the market. I know. Well, thank you. Who would win in a PvP match? Kane or you? I don't think we've ever had one, so it's hard to say. But like, I feel like everyone knows my kryptonite, and I have no idea what his is. So, I mean, I'd probably take some sort of like AOE build. I had it muted. I'm sorry. There we are. Finish those off. Emerald 91. It's a full year. That's the year. Oh my god. You're doing fantastic. A lot of water. Still gotta get to 20 minutes. Inquiring minds want to know, on a more serious note, sorry if this was asked before, that's okay. How will evade work? Will it have an iframe during the roll to avoid damage, or can we still take damage while evading, such as AoE skills from boss/mobs? Yes, I stumbled through that and replaced some words. Evade will not have any iframes. Evade is a repositioning ability. It does not make you invulnerable. You can take damage from hits. You can take damage from AoE effects. You just move a little differently. There's a full detail post up on our forums. It's like a comment of something else, actually. But it's linked in the top of the post, and it's you can search comments by me, and you'll find it. HG Mike. Last question from me. Will Rive get a no? Oh, there's also a post that just went up on our Reddit. Someone was compiling things that we've previously spoiled. for 1.1, and it was in there as well. Alright, last question from me. Will Rive get a node that give it the void tag? I don't think so this patch. I don't remember. But I try not to get into specifics on stuff here, so I don't know. I'm gonna give you I don't know, but I don't think so.
What'd I miss? Anything good? Threw some more lasagna in the microwave.
Alright, how's our stability? We've got enough. How's our void res? We don't have enough. We're going to try and convert some of these res into void a little bit before taking this on, I think. Kane just about it, just saying me. I'd bring some stuff to get rid of all your minions, and you'd bring Avalanche, and we'd see who'd won. Buff scroll, please. It's pretty strong. If you like Civ, have you played Age of Wonders 4 yet? It's amazing. I have. It didn't click for me. I only gave it a couple rounds. It didn't quite click for me. I'm not sure what was wrong. But as a huge Civ and Charisma Magic fan, I was like,
resistances. The only one he needs is Void, which is the lowest
missed for me
for the fight.
I have plans to go back to it though. It's on my list. Looked great. Had some cool mechanics. I think there's probably a fantastic game lurking just beneath the surface I didn't quite get to. That's what I think. When are we getting more Minimus Love? I still want. I don't know why I haven't done this yet. I still really want to have like a pet the dog animation, just like I don't know, something when you walk up near it and do something, it pets it. I think it's the. I take it back about the weapon swap thing. It's pet the dog. That's what I'd add.
That's what he wants.
Is Zuriel's Hunt unique quiver getting fixed for 1.1? I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with it. We're working to fix any bug that's been reported. So if you don't know if it's been reported or not, report it, and we'll fix it. Okay, what are we gonna do to fix our gear? I have a feeling it's something around these boots, because these boots are really not synergizing with our build.
Nope, they are not.
The minions hasten frenzy is nice, but we do give our minions frenzy already. So I think we're going to take these boots off and replace them. Question is, with what though? Try not to spend too much time looking here. Do you want something with void res on it? We want some boots with void res. That's our
Another
big
bingo
thing.
Can't lose.
If they can have some strength, that would be wonderful too. Can't use those yet. A lot of fizz res. I could have void res put on them. Yeah. We don't have a lot of awesome boots laying around, do we?
Thank you.
We might be able to convert those into something good.
Microwave is done.
Do a little wee bit of craft in here. It's almost interesting. Might be able to make those into something good. Might be able to make those bases are not what we want. And we're gonna get into things that weren't made for us. Gotta finish our idle stuff too. we can roll with what we got. Can we convert this Fizz Res to something we like? No, we can't. Can we convert this Fizz Res to something we like? I.e. Void Res. Cannot. Can we convert this Fizz Res to something we like? I.e. Void Res. No, we cannot. Well, I just want Void Res on some boots. Don't care what it replaces at this point. Oh my god.
I'm not Home Alone.
Okay. Just some Void Res on some boots, please. Any boots. Oh, you know what we should be... Oh, we don't need... We can't steal anything. Boots can have Void Res, right? Am I crazy?
Yes, they can.
Okay, that moment where you're like, uh-oh, am I just wasting time? Don't care. I don't care what else it has. We need Void Res so bad.
Mike is trying to get through the second.
That was insane.
Level,
I don't think I've ever seen, like...
This is the level 66 boss.
Maybe
level
I'm just
66.
like way overly lucky. Do you know if there's a fixed income for the font generation at low resolution? Not specifically. If you're below 1600 by 900, there's gonna probably be some weird issues like that that crop up. We'll just stand in that and see how bad it hurts now. I'm sure I'll make a mistake though at some point.
His boots don't have movement on them.
Did not have to wait long for that. Get back up, Scorpy.
This hate, this despair, oblivion burns within me.
They're not made for walking. Correct.
Do you deny it?
All right, looks like we got 10 minutes left.
My shadow will cover this world once more.
Try and load last Epoch in the background.
My vengeance will be paid in ash.
I'm sorry if I'm missing a bunch of questions in chat.
This hate,
I am
this despair,
not overly confident in my ability to complete this with this build right now.
this world earned its rule. Do you deny it?
Get out of there, get out of there. Don't die in the fire, please.
You don't need to die anymore, Mike. You already
can
died
resurrect
once.
you outside of the fire.
Cover this world once more. Pathetic. My vengeance.
Here we go. Oh, that was a big chunk of damage. That was close. Hit roll again to get out of the way.
You keep trying to use
Evade.
evade. Oh, he called it roll too. And I fought right. Kill threshold.
Oh, we got there. We
Good
got
job, Mike.
there. Tread Void Rest on it. Use leech rate. Yeah, these are not Hey, we have some leech. Dodgering's just nothing for us.
He's using Serpent Strike. This
Ooh,
makes
1 LP.
me sad.
Don't mind if I do.
Don't be sad.
It's never the build, it's always the pilot. Ouch! Yeah, you're right, but yeah. Look on, I'm coming for you.
Honestly, I love that skill. Needs some love. It needs some love. I don't think I've ever played Serpent Strike outside of Druid.
Shock and awe from the boss DR remove, replaced with boss ward. Excited, scared, happy, angry.
Everyone is scared. They think it's going to feel bad. For sure.
Oh, there's one. I have a question about Forge Guard. I didn't feel it was any different in 1.0 versus early access of Last Epoch. It still felt like it was very heavily minion dependent. One thing I was thinking about and provided in game feedback about was give us the ability to make it not as minion dependent. Sometimes by floating swords we get stuck on obstacles and had to spawn more floating swords to do proper damage. Didn't feel good. No need to go into details. Just curious. I mean, there's like there are still minion heavy Forge Guards and not minion heavy Forge Guards. Like there's both those are still very much a thing.
You get to go shield throw or forge weapons with your Forge Guard.
Like the specific damage numbers might have been less than you were hoping for. But like it should still be possible to make a non-minion based Forge Guard in 1.1. Like that's not going away. It's not like a focused minion class. It's probably the most minion-y class of the Sentinels, but it's not a minion primary class like Beastmaster and Necromancer. So you're not like, I guess what I mean by minion primary is you're not we try not to make the primary affix you're looking for as minion damage to increase your damage with that. So we try to make it so that there's ways for you to build like Forge Guard really cares about having like damage that they can build themselves that transfer to their minions. Like I guess thematically it's why it's a little bit more removed as a class.
That literally
I don't
only
is
the case with Manifest Armor,
like
not Ring of Shields or Forged Weapons. But it does have a skill.
Alright, what is the chance for us to get an infographic related to Guild? Oh, just factions in general. I see what you're saying. For example, how many characters are tagged Merchant's Guild versus COF? How many items are untagged versus tagged? How is player retention to MG versus COF?
That would be a good stat.
I mean, there's some things there that we don't have, but there's a couple things we do. I don't know. That's something that we can ask the marketing team. Whew. You guys still playing on more cosmetics? Yeah, we're still playing on more cosmetics. 2 of the new ones will be Twitch drops for free just after the patch launch.
For free.
Oh, that hurts.
Get him, Mike. Get him.
It is so hot in my office. It's like we're starting to get into that time of year where like I do a stream and like afterwards I gotta turn the computer off for a little bit just to like cool this place down almost. I feel like this light as well is quite hot. I don't know. Maybe it's just in my head.
I hope this is the last.
Master Sword, 1291 for 38 months in a row. That's insane. All y'all over 3 years are just nutty. I love it. Thank you very much. So happy to have you with us.
38 months. The longest on this channel is 34. Cleanser and Wrath.
All right. Is anybody to make gold useful for pure COF players? I mean, the dungeon, the gold Vaults of Uncertain Fate dungeon is quite useful. I recommend checking it out.
Gold sink, lightless arbor.
You got gold burning a hole in your pocket?
Stash tabs.
That's what it was for before that. All of this. Any plans to beef up Shaman Storm Totem? Visually, I love the ability /totem, but it feels kind of lame numbers-wise. I mean, I don't, as always, I don't have any details on specific balance changes that are coming. I just don't know what the numbers are off the top of my head, and the chances of me saying something that's like close but just wrong enough that people get excited or disappointed ahead of time unduly is extremely high. So I really don't want to artificially inflate or deflate someone's expectations on this.
Storm Totem's easy. Let us have 2 of them.
But
all you have to do.
Masteries and the builds that were fun but low power are exactly the type of things that we target for buffs in general. Just from a like
it is the mastery skill for Shaman.
And someone's like, this was really fun. I really enjoyed it. When I played it, I felt cool. But when I got to like super endgame content and I was trying to push, it felt lacking.
Controller
questions.
Like
that type of feedback is the type of feedback that gets us to look at the class to see how we want to address that.
No controller questions.
When I played X, I felt Y.
All right, Mike.
Without spoilers of the exact how many future classes will have minions / companions? I have no idea. Several? Minions are a really popular thing to put into games like this. Like, people love minions. It is I don't know the exact breakdown, but I would guess it is as like an overall archetype. If we're gonna like put something like really broad categories like melee, caster, ranged, like bows type thing, and like minions. If we're gonna put something like that broad of a category, I think minions is probably the #1 category that we've seen. Like even times when there's like no new content for the class, Necromancer still really performs well. Just no matter what, it's and like it, I think that's one of those things that, like, we have hard evidence that it's something that our community really likes, and we try to give our community more of what they really like, you know?
Perfect. I'll accept that answer.
Hey, boss. What will when we will receive some in-game content? Because those we have now is ultra boring. July 9th. Hello there. I'd like to ask if there are any options open regarding traversal skills to not share their cooldowns, unique items, or any skill modification. I have Falcon around the mind. You can't use shits and ills altogether. I'd say it's very low probability that we would do that. It's a pretty hard like balance restriction that causes that to be needed, and you know, if you put aerial assault and shift on the same character, like aerial assault and shift specifically are the reason why, one of the main reasons why this is like this, because it gets ridiculous, and it's
kill the snake.
It enables gameplay that we're not really interested in. So
go very zoom.
Very low probability.
Mike, gameplay's ultra boring. When are we getting new one? Not very nice.
Oh my goodness. I will resurrect this scorpion. I did it. Oof. We're starting to get outclassed a little bit.
How's it going, Aaron? What's up, Toxic? Good. We think we've wrapped up the
any
dev
plans
stream.
to play Elden Ring DLC this weekend? I do not, mostly because I'm going to a bachelor party this weekend.
Oh, gonna be living it up.
We're gonna play Magic cards and
oh, never mind.
Have a barbecue.
Mike's bachelor parties are Magic cards.
Gonna set a tent in my buddy's backyard.
Can't say I've done that. Okay. Each their
Great.
own. What?
Yeah. I'll play it next weekend. Or the weekend after. Like, not this weekend, but next weekend. Just a generic question, but I assume the team is looking into rebalancing survivability options. Less wardy, more HP. Yeah, I think the short version of this, we talked about this a little bit, but the short version is probably we're over time here, so really short version. Yes, less wardy, more HP. Broadly speaking, yes, but I think it's like the sources of wardy things and how powerful those are, and the sources of HPE things and how powerful those are. Because right now, where those power thresholds kick in is so different because where they come from, be it skills, passives, or equipment. So you know we're still working on. That's one of the places we're really targeting is the relative balance on the character progression curve.
He mentioned it was a 30s bachelor party, so nerding it up.
This is the problem I have. Every time I'm like something intense situation, I just like my entire brain just stops talking, and I'm like, I'm not
didn't die.
I can't die. Just a generic question, but I assume the team is looking into rebalancing. Oh, yeah, I already answered that. Which cycle will have the barbarian mastery? Well, in the hypothetical scenario where we eventually maybe include a barbarian mastery, I don't know.
Guilty. New class or mastery.
Is there any plans for allowing more channeling skills to move while channeling?
We for sure got minion anything.
Astute observation onto the issues in channeling and relative to the channeling abilities that compared to the channeling abilities that don't work and the ones that do.
Cycle 5 confirmed.
Thank you for answering. You're welcome. I don't remember which question it was. I'm sorry. Did I miss it? Or you skipped my question? Oh, I must have missed it. I'm sorry, Heavy. We're gonna end this on a death. I can feel it.
No potions. All his
I'll answer
pets
your question
are
as
dead.
soon as I die.
Dead.
Oh my god.
Get the potions.
Oh, there we go. Had to happen. It's okay. Alright.
Nothing on dungeon. Corruption level. Controller. PvP. Leaderboards. I saw Cycle 2 win a bunch in the chat, but he didn't. I don't think he ever said it out loud.
Heavy, I'm sorry, I don't see the question. I see a bunch of other comments. There it is. Any chance for a void grub pet? I want one to hug pet and cuddle. They're adorable. Oh, like an MTX pet. I can see that. I love getting enemies as pets. That theme I'm a big fan of in general. So I don't think that's off the table. I don't know anything though. So hopefully, I'm gonna say hopefully. All right, I think it's time we just wrap this up.
Literally, yeah. Twitch, you're gone. There's guilty. Get out of here. And okay, thank you, Mr. Mike. Sorry, everybody, for all the technical difficulties. That was a weird one today. How did we do? Ryan Thomas, yo. What's up, Aaron? What up? Okay, D4 Campfire. Done. Last Epoch Dev Chat. Done. Dev Chat Bingo. Bingo! We needed Mike dies, and he died. So it was perfect. We didn't have keyring. We didn't have cycle to when. No leaderboards. No custom cursor or UI. No auto pickup, whether it's shards or pet. No transmog or armory. Did we not have transmog or armory? No dungeons, no corruption. They were kind of talking about corruption. No WASD, no controller, and no PvP. Busy Friday. It was a very busy Friday. But I am happy to report that we got our bingo. One of my questions is on there. What's up, Fibble? Which one did you ask? Mr. Flibble. Which one did you ask? Teasers? That counts. I'll have to catch the teasers in your recap. Coming tomorrow morning. All right, bingo card. Goodbye. Man, we were having some weird stuff on my computer where last Epoch was pinging the GPU at 99% and crashing Twitch. I don't know. Maybe my computer needs a restart or something. Not exactly sure, but it was weird. I asked about the Storm Totem. It's a tickle stick. I'm literally screaming at my computer when you ask that question. It is a Shaman Mastery skill. All you have to do is let us have 2. Just start there. You can have 2 of them. I don't know why you can only make 1. It's so weird. It's not like it's insane. Let me have 2. Give me a Stormcarved Testament. And we'll start there. There was a lot of people in chat too that was not happy that Mike said there's a beefed up abomination we're gonna fight. Corruption 220. It started a debate about they want to see a fight at 2,000 corruption. Sounds like you need a Fractal Gaming PC. Will you do an opening of it? Hell yeah. I like Fractal. The good sir, hello. Most people who get over 250 corruption have already fought the abomination, right? Well, it depends what you're doing. 220 is fine. I have gotten that far. It is the, there's no end game in Diablo 4, okay? Just very simple example, okay? In the gaming community, sometimes we struggle. I'm saying we, I'm not pointing fingers. We struggle with putting ourselves in other people's shoes. Looking at the big picture. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say. Instead of the 0.5%, the 1%, you know, it's everyone's going ballistic when D4 launches because there's no end game. And then Blizzard comes out and says, hey, we hear you. We're going to focus on end game. We're going to fix all these problems. And then they also come out and say 92% of players have not completed the campaign yet. And I think sometimes that happens a lot when you are dealing with the vocal minority. D4 sucks. 92% of players haven't even beaten the campaign. And I think that happens a lot in Last Epoch as well. People on Reddit, people in the Discord, people on the forums are screaming that, hey, there's only 3 builds in the game, and that is because those people are focused on builds that can push 2,000 corruption, when EHG is saying a very successful build is 300 corruption. Now, that is, you know, EHG has allowed the balance, or I guess I should say imbalance, to allow for 3,000 and 2,000 builds. So that's not on the player's fault if they're doing something capable of that. But I would hope that most people would be like, that is not the norm. I would guess people that have hit 1,000 corruption in this game, bugged build or not, is 0.01. This is that would be my probably fairly accurate guess. The amount of players, I think 1.4 million copies sold. The amount of players that have cracked 1,000 corruption, I bet you it's 0.01. I feel successful taking a hardcore character to corruption 100, which you should feel successful. So, anyways, the point I'm trying to make is it's disheartening when I see people, and I was saying, oh, I got to stop reading the chat. It's making me upset that there's people just so adamant that the game is balanced around thousands of corruption when EHG says stream after stream. It is not. Like, we didn't think in our wildest dreams anyone would hit 4-digit corruption, you know? And people are screaming that the game should be balanced around it. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, yesterday we were playing off-meta Fire Necro. Not single, not Flame Wraith, just minion army of fire. And we hit corruption 405. And it could for sure go higher. I bet you it's a 500 corruption build. But we hit 405. I was like, this is awesome. I didn't expect to be able to do this. Right? Anyway, I don't know. I'm just ranting. Even from a game design perspective, it's impossible to balance 2,000 corruption. You have to choose a point to balance at. Wait, you can skip the story from the get-go now, right? Wait, you're talking about Last Epoch? Last Epoch, you can jump the story through the dungeons. You can jump the story through the dungeons. But if you decide to do that, you do not get your passive points or your idle slots. So, really, there's no way. For me, if you ask me, can you jump the story in Last Epoch? It's an indirect yes. You can use leveling uniques to basically speed run the campaign. Everything is a one-shot, including bosses, and you just run as fast as you possibly can. That is about how fast you can get through the campaign. But as far as just all-in-all skipping it, that is not possible right now. But you could always, I mean, if you're playing with a friend too, you could just get power level and not even go into the campaign. I had one character where I didn't play a second of campaign. I went right into the monolith, level 1, and they just power leveled me.
I am not a man of many pockets.
Oh, this is beautiful right here. I am Team Merchants Guild. I'm a trader at heart. You guys all know this. I like player-driven economies to a level that is unhealthy. Okay? This is my favorite thing with COF. I use Glyphs of Despair. It is my favorite crafting material. It's my favorite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Ooh, I might have missed that one. 18 Glyphs of Despair. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Literally, it's the only prophecy I get. I just go to the prophecies. Takes frickin' forever. I use all my favor on idols and Glyphs of Despair. That's it. That is all. Campaign skips make the game feel soulless. LV, are you saying that you would rather have you have to play the campaign instead of an adventure mode like D4? Vitality, dodge, strength. Movement! Movement! Oh, you're being a good listener. Glyph of Despair. Seal. Great listener. What base is this? Haste. Hybrid health. Ooh, all we need is 5 affixes with 1 potential. That should be easy, right? We just need 5 affixes with 1 potential. It's easy. We got 2. Oh, and we got it. Come on! Oh my gosh. Tier 23. Health, hybrid health, movement speed, tier 7 vitality. With a tier 1 dodge. That was unbelievable. Oh, I like crafting in this game. See, and I needed a Glyph of Despair to do it. I needed a Glyph of Despair to do it. Okay, what were we talking about? I'm all over the place. Sorry. The good sir. You got a fractal case for me? The new one? I couldn't fit my PC in it. What is the point of pushing high corruption? Well, it gives you more experience and more drops. So, basically, you're going to be level 100 if you're pushing corruption. So you just get better boss drops. So you see this number right here, might be hard to see, 303 increased item rarity. So your item rarity will go up the higher you go. I think my highest is 150 before I start swapping a class. I get bored of pushing corruption around 600. Is there a build you've not yet tried but would be interested in if you had the time / they fix something? There is, I don't want to say infinite because that would be like, there's tons of builds I haven't tried. Tons and tons and tons and tons. A build that in my head I keep saying, at some point I'm going to tackle this. At some point I'm going to tackle this. Is a rogue Blade Dancer bees build. A Blade Dancer bees build. Bees in general. I'd love to tackle bees. Do we know if MG is getting any changes or just COF? Both are getting changes. Glyph of Despair prophecies are awesome. Yep. Never seen so many at once. Yep. Camp King Skip is no different than character boosts in WoW. But I hate the PoE where it drags on. I enjoyed the Campfire in D4. I thought about playing it again, but skipped it when you want a fast level. Streamer client. What? I love the D4 campaign and would play it again now that I have a mount. PoE has 10 acts, which is too long, in my opinion. Last Epoch's campaign is dumb, easy, and quick. It is. It's just more about having to do it. OMG, I like the campaign in LE because I can compare the environments in different timelines, but I'm a lore nerd. Yeah. I like the idea of two options that, you know, I don't know how you would balance it, but are the same speed. You could run the campaign, or you can do, you know, an adventure mode style. I always talk about how, you know, this is the monolith, right? This is the main island. Like, all you have to do is have a branch that comes this way, right? And you've got maybe 3 islands, or hell, even just one island that is different than the monolith. Okay, I don't know what that is, but it's, do you want to run the campaign or do you want to run this version of adventure mode? Kind of stuff I think about. I just want one of these 2000 corruption guys to take a build like Werebear Druid that high. No, it has to be Ballista, Off-Screen, Frost Claw, Blast Knife. There's only like 3 or 4. All right, we had to swat him. He's gotten too powerful. Here we go. That craft was really good. You know what's cool about these types of boots? This is a triple life boot. It's a triple life boot. Technically speaking, if you are COF, this pair of boots can work on every character regardless of build. Doesn't matter. It's got triple life and movement speed on a good base. You use it on every single build, tier 23. I like items like that. But this is what I'll do. I'll take that and I'll immediately slam it onto, like, I don't know, Last Steps of the Living or something like that. It has diminishing returns, though. Could never. Hey, I could do this now. Everybody, by the way, Guilty Summoner, our community member, is a new Twitch moderator. He's all grown up. I get bored at like 0 corruption. I was getting Aaron using streamer mode to craft again. I needed 5 affixes with one forging potential. And I hit 221. 221. Critical. 1 point gone. Take that. PoE is too long. Undecember. I've never made it to the end game in Undecember. I've never made it to the end game in Undecember. What do we got here? T7 intelligence. I love crafting in this game. It's like when people are like the end game is boring, which, be fair, I get it. I've played the Monolith. It gets boring. But trying different builds and to solve different puzzles, like Last Epoch has indirect end games, like crafting, like making legendaries, like trying to find synergized skills. I don't know. I love it. What would be dope is if we could seal the tier 3 teleport. We cannot. Oh, intelligence and dex. Bricked. What's next? Elemental damage over time. T7 with a spell. It's pretty interesting. I know what we can do. Seal you. And then we can throw fire penetration. And then there's ones like that. I needed 5 affixes, and I had almost 30, and we didn't get it. Nope, it's not perfect. At this point, we're not putting it in our inventory unless it is perfect. That's not true. This one I'll put in my inventory. That's good. Okay, sweet. The campaign is so horribly boring. That's why. Wait, hold on. Let me get caught up. I want to give Undecember a chance. Anybody that has played Undecember to end game, Tech, Exatheus, Rotten Gamer, they all tell me the same thing. It's awesome. And I play the campaign, I make it to Act 2, full day is over, and then I never go back to it. I just have never given it like enough time. I just love going through the Undecember campaign. Okay, I am lying. I hate it. Hey, Rotten, what's the cost to skip it? I know they have like you can pay money to skip the campaign. How much is it? Which is crazy. The campaign in Undecember is interesting. The farthest I've made it is Act 5, the Ice Dude. I've beaten the Ice Dude. I think that's the farthest that's like halfway, right? That's the halfway point.
Fools.
13. There's 13 acts. Right now, I am in preparation mode for a new build. I want to do an upgrade or a refresh to our Iron Man Rune Master. That's what I'm playing right now. And then we're going to do something we've never done before. So the question earlier, Aaron, is there something or that you want to play or if it was fixed? It doesn't even need to be fixed. We have never played Disintegrate. Never. Never. We're going to try and make a Disintegrate channeling Rune Master that uses Fire Aura. I know. I don't know. I would like to see more items that only drop after certain corruption breaks. 250, 275, 3, 4. So maybe like a cap at 4 or 500. I think they would cap it at 3. I think they would cap it at 3. So they know that the second you put a cap on something, right? Perfect example, the uber rare. Ravenous Void, the gloves. Those start dropping at Corruption 500, right? The second you do that, that decision is made. A build is now no longer viable unless it can push 500 Corruption. Which EHG itself is showing off gameplay of super buffed bosses at Corruption 220, right? So that leads me to believe one of two things. Either they are completely out of touch with their player base, or they see numbers that we don't. And again, we are looking at the ultra, 1% of players that are doing super high corruption. I mean, Mike has played Ellie. My dev chat series is on dev chat 139. He's been making the game for 7 years, and I've watched his streams basically 140 times. He's never made it past 200 corruption. Never. Never. Ooh, look. No. So if they made that decision, that would be I would think. That would be 300. They would never go past 300. No chance. No chance. But I get your point you're trying to say is like give intervals of different rewards. I gotta stop being greedy. It's kind of hilarious how many are upset with the LE campaign, and you can have to play the campaign is pretty much every freaking game. So, and again, I couldn't tell you if I knew, but I don't know. Okay? Because we're in that phase where, like, since I've played Cycle 2, everybody thinks I know the whole update. I do not. They have talked about a lot that they want to enhance the way you can skip the campaign through the dungeons. Which, when you think about it, they had a lot of plans for the dungeons. Hey, this is going to be a campaign skip. Hey, these are going to have modifiers like PoE maps. Hey, there's going to be interesting rewards for them, for your character. Like, they really had a grand scheme from the beginning for dungeons. So, my guess is that they will cash in on that soon. I would hope so. And it's very simple. All they have to do is just keep it the exact same way it is, but going through the dungeons unlocks your passive and skill, your passive points and your idols. If they did that, you would have a true campaign skip. You would never have to play the campaign again. Ever. No freaking way. I don't believe you. Hold on, wait. Let me catch up on chat. I asked Rotten Gamer how much it is to skip the campaign on December, and I read $90. There's no way it's $90. Hold on. I must have missed something. My problem with LE is that after you unlock Empowered, there isn't anything to use as a goal other than killing stuff faster. That gets boring for me so fast, considering I can play like 2 hours and not get an upgrade. So Dark Lotus, I do believe your individual problem should be fixed. You will have the Nemesis system, the Harbinger system, and the Pinnacle boss. And you will have the quality of life feature that you will be able to store the blessings you have gotten. So that, again, you go through the campaign, you go through your passives, you get your idols, you beat regular monos, you beat empowered monos, you go through gathering. I can only say some things. And then you have basically 2 more rungs. You've got 2 more things to do. They all have 40 kids and 10 wives and 19 jobs. I'm a dad and the campaign is a breeze. I have very limited game time as well. If you like item and build diversity without needing spreadsheets, this is the game for you. I can get behind that. Diablo has had campaign skip for almost 10 years. It's not rocket science. It feels that way because it's too easy and no bosses are challenging. Campaign in Undecember is easy. Yep, Act 6 is halfway. Undecember could be a great game if they removed all the pay to win and went strictly cosmetics for the shop. 1 through 10 are fast for Undecember. Oh my gosh, it is $90. $90. Oh, that is. Inside of Undecember, an isometric action RPG. If you want to pay to skip the campaign, it's $90. Wow. That is... I would have said wow if it was $30. 90? That's the price of D4 expansion Ultimate. 90 must be a deterrent. That is unreasonable. That's 2 copies of Last Epoch. That is more. That's more than 2 copies of Last Epoch. I assume they are capping corruption at 300 full stop. No, there's no cap to corruption. They have been very clear that that is not happening. If you want to min-max your character and play only SS tier builds, that was a loot explosion. By all means, you are able to do so. That's another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I posted in your Discord a picture. Paid product list 960. You need 4, which is 3840. Damn. It is $90. But let me guess. The idea is that if you have built up rubies from other seasons, you can use the in-game currency, right? It's basically kind of the ploy. That's hilarious. They probably got sick of people begging for a skip. Fine, here it is for $90. It's hot today. I'm back. What did I miss? You missed the D4 Campfire. You missed the Last Epoch Dev Chat. And you missed Rune Master. You basically missed everything. You're no longer... you might as well just... you know, go out for cigarettes. It's at this point, there's nothing, you know. Oh, great. Great. I'll give up. He's going to give up now. Topper, I am sad that you weren't here for one individual thing. That sounds mean. I don't mean it like that. Something happened today where I thought of you. It's a better way of putting it. Adam Jackson during the campfire is like, he said something about, I don't want to hold back the fun from you or something like that. Said something like that. He's like, we don't want to hold back the fun, so we're making this change. And where's Topper? They talked about holding back the fun. Yeah, the Season 5 Campfire was today. There's a new endgame system where we're going back to hell. It's the hell system, where you kill enemies and then kill a boss, and then you get to get a reward. I would like one of those Damage on Tuesday shirts. You like that one? Oh, you'll get a kick out of something else. They killed shepherds. They said, we don't like that everybody in the meta uses shepherds, and the fantasy is take as many companions as possible, but your companions suck, and it only helps you. So they killed shepherds and made it where the aspect now buffs your companion skills and not your skill. Oh, and an epic craft that was clipped. Yeah, I needed 5 tiers, and I only had 1 forging potential. And I hit it. I got a critical, and then it went through. Tier 5 and 1 forging. I looked that I said it was OP from the start. Now they had to nerf it after they buffed it. Man, do they even know what they are doing? No, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm only bringing up the negative of the D4 Campfire. Everything was fine. They're introducing 50 new uniques. They're changing up the uniques so that they're in line with Loot Reborn's affixes. They are... Oh, you're going to love this. Autobot. They showed a clip of you kill Duriel, right? Duriel's dead right here. And then the little cauldron thing pops back up. Put it in, bam, Duriel's back. No more for any boss fight do you have to reset the dungeons. For me, that was the biggest win of the entire stream. That was the biggest. It's not dungeon resets gone, boss runs. Boss runs. So they're changing the way the bosses are done. I don't know. They said, like, for example, like Beast in the Ice. You have to make the sigil, and then you got to go through the dungeon, and it's like leveling up a glyph. All bosses are going to have less lead up, and for Beast in the Ice, it'll be like the other bosses. So you won't have to run out and do anything. But I'm sure, you know, a Nightmare Dungeon or any of that other stuff, you'll still have to. But I thought that was cool. When was the D4 Campfire? This morning. This morning. Took me a while to figure out what the hell I was going to do for today's thumbnail. So on YouTube, every day now, I have to come up with a stream thumbnail, which is fine. So you'll like this one, Exatheus. Maybe. Today's thumbnail. Which of your recent builds is the most fun to play in your opinion? Just so you know, I have 5 builds ready to post. 5. Now this is a hard question to answer. Because, you know, maybe my favorite build is melee and you hate melee. If you just said fun, favorite build as of late that is fun, I would say our Werebolt build. Werebear, but endless run. It's really fun. I had a lot of fun with Raptor. So what's coming out? Holy Smiter, Solo Raptor, Iron Man, Righteous Fire Spellblade, Fire Necro. We're going to work on Disintegrate. B Raiden. There's so many. I mean, yeah. I'm addicted to 2 games right now, and it's probably Ellie and Age of Wonders. I would say D4 Season 5 sounds playable for a few days. Hey, Crazy. Thank God, because the best dungeon was maybe 5% more Glyph XP, and it was not worth it. Rive is super fun. So today there is something we can now talk about because it has been announced during the dev chat. And that is the removal of the dynamic boss DR and the introduction to something that is going to sound weird. And I get it that, like, outside looking in, you think this is going to suck and I hate it. But just know this is a buff to the player, all right? So bosses basically had inherent and adaptive damage reduction based upon you hitting the boss and how much damage you were doing previously. It's kind of a hidden statistic that you would not see. That has been completely replaced. There is basically no damage reduction built into the boss that is hidden, okay? What has been replaced now is Ward. I know it's like, what? Ward? I hate Ward. But basically now when you are in a boss fight, every boss will have 4 ticks. And you get it a quarter of its life down, it fills up its life with Ward. Get it halfway down, it fills up its life with Ward. 3/4 the way, Ward, and then you finally kill it. Now, the Ward does not have retention like it would as the player. It consistently goes down until it disappears. So it consistently goes down till it disappears. So you're in a hard boss fight, you're fighting, it Ward kicks in. Technically, you could run away, the Ward goes away, you go back in the fight. Or obviously, if you continue fighting, you could bring down the Ward way quicker. It's very, very different. But I do think it's going to have a negative... I do think there's going to be some people thinking this totally blows because visually you never had to deal with it before. That's what the Butcher has, I think. But it's not Ward. Is it Energy Shield? I don't know what it is. I mean, the Butcher... I mean, I guess it looks kind of like the Butcher. Oh, yeah, I don't like the way the Butcher feels. That's not a good one. But I can tell you that... but the Butcher's blue line won't go down without attacking. Obviously, I've played Cycle 2, and I will tell you that it feels a whole lot better. You just got to get used to it, just like anything else. And I think Mike answered the question pretty good. I know a lot of people don't agree, but the question was asked, why does Last Epoch in any way want or feel like this is needed? Why do bosses need damage reduction? Why do now bosses need basically this tick down mechanism? And that is because Last Epoch wants these boss fights to be engaging, a challenge, but also like, you know, you're playing the boss in phases where it's just not like run up, hit, dead. Like they want, whether it'll happen or not, that's the idea behind it. the idea behind it. They don't want D4 bosses where you walk up, hit Duriel, and he's dead. In my head, I kept thinking over and over again, right? Like Rob. Rob can one-shot Uber Duriel. And he runs bossing runs with his community. He's got thousands and thousands of people. So they'll run, a couple hundred runs over the day. Now he no longer needs to reset the dungeon. So it could be, all right, we're going to kill 10 Duriels in 2 minutes. Literally, it's as fast as it takes for Duriel to spit out the loot now. Right? I mean, it's gonna be madness. It's gonna be madness. $3 LP Rot Mind. Found a 3 LP Rot Mind. People complain the game is too easy. Make it harder. I think it's a fantastic change for gameplay, but optically, it's terrible. I think... I've never designed a game. I don't know how much time or effort it takes. I think the marketing of the new boss change is not great. Love it or hate it, right? Ward is a pretty polarizing defensive mechanic. It's normally bugged. It's overly strong. You feel like you're required to use it. And now they have said they have given all bosses. By the way, this is all bosses. All of them. Four levels of ward. I don't know, just people are like, what? During the stream, the chat's like, what are you talking about? Like, ward? I thought you're nerfing ward. I love this game just throws items at me that make me want to make a build around them. Just had a 3 LP teeth drop, and now I want to make a marksman around that. I feel like that's good itemization. Good itemization. I wonder if the servers will struggle with that much loot on the ground. But you hear what I'm saying. That's literally what's going to happen. He already has 1,000 people willing to just use their materials for him, right? He's just going to run like haywire, these bosses. Ooh, every once in a while, something good like that. Physical penetration T7 with physical damage. Okay, we need 12 affixes in 23. It's pretty tough. We're going to go here first and hope we get some criticals. Nope. We got 5. I just want to play PoE 2 already. Man, PoE 2 would be good. I try to think about my life. By the way, everybody, I will be announcing early next week a brand new community event for Dwarven Realms. We're going to be running a community event that's coming this Friday, or I guess this coming Friday, a week from today. So new community event for a large season 24 of Dwarven Realms. My brain triggered that because I was thinking, I play DR, I play Torchlight, I play Last Epoch, I play D4, and thinking about a world where those 4 games I add in PoE 2 and Titan Quest 2. And then likely we'll play, if they do anything, No Rest for the Wicked. It's like, that's 7. Sour, thank you for the tier 1 sub and promoting our TP Plus goal. Thank you so much. Actually, don't think I have time for TLI. Too many other ARPGs. I know, I'm sad. I don't know. I have to make time for it, especially because I think they're going to come on the podcast. Pretty much that's a done deal, I think. So, at least a day. We'll give it a day. Probably 2. I'll probably play it 2 days. Did you look at the 2 opening choices? I did, yeah. I don't bring it up a lot in stream, Exatheus, but a lot of those conversations I'm like, I try to really support that game. So, a lot of that stuff I'm like, we talk about it and I try and help them with designs and such. Do you like them? Ooh, yeah. Man, that's what gives COF its so good. I did not expect the second coming of the ARPG genre. It appears I picked the correct name for my YouTube channel. I'm excited for the subathon, and we actually have Aaron's stash. I know. I'm nervous for the subathon. 10 days. Hey, I was thinking about it, Autobot. I put up the poll, and I don't think I saw the results for the poll for Subathon 2. I don't remember what it was. Sour, thank you so much for the sub again. It was 30 days. No, it wasn't. I think 20 days one with 30 days second. Subathon 2, The Return of Polka. Subathon 2, Polka's Return. Look at that. T7 Minion Dodge, 880. Minion damage. Subathon 3, Polka's Revenge. Revenge of the Polka. So it'd be Subathon 2, The Polka Fights Back. Subathon 2, Sub Harder. Oh, that's too filthy. Hold on, wife's calling. Hello. Oh, I'm sending it to you right now. All right, love you, bye. My wife needs a picture. She's picking up my daughter from her church camp. She needs the, like, pickup slip. The polka strikes back. Dude, I'm going to be super prepared. We're going to have all kinds of different scenes set up, multiple cameras. We're going to have... things that I will be required to do based upon goals. I'll try and set up real guests. Last time all my guests were 11th Hour Games guests. And obviously I didn't bug them because they were all wanted to die during launch. So it'll be ridiculous. Oh yeah, Aaron. Yeah, it'll be full. I'm not gonna pause it. I'll pause to put the kids to bed, but I'm gonna sleep downstairs. It'll be something else. It'll be something else. Wait, what was that? A perfectly rolled tier 7, 100 to mana. Cast speed. Cast speed. Cast speed. $100 to mana, attunement, double health with block with mana regen. Holy Smiter. Smite uses attunement, right? And you need max mana. No, I'm sorry, Guilty. No Aaron After Dark tonight. Tonight, my, I know, I'll set something up soon, I promise. Our house guests that have been here a week, tonight is their last night. And there is a tent set up in my backyard for the children to camp. Backyard. And, I'm in charge of it. True. I hope they have fun. It'll be fun. And then it'll be 11 o'clock and they'll hear a sound and then that'll be it. I don't expect to get a lot of sleep tonight. That's okay. So tomorrow I will not be streaming. It'll be my off day. I think. I feel like a bunch of maintenance stuff I got to do. I want to update the last Epoch current builds. Update Twitch. Start getting a little more organized as we're getting closer to the season, knowing that I have Torchlight and Dwarven Realms in the next 2 weeks as preparing for Cycle 2. It's like a lot going on. Again, it does suck. It's all packed into one, but it's good. Stay busy.
Fools.
We'll probably go for 6 hours today, so another 30 minutes, and I will draw a giveaway today. So all the people on X and YouTube, I'm sorry, I don't do it intentionally, but the drawing is through Twitch. So we just pop over really quick, type in ! giveaway into the chat. Hey, LV, you played a lot of Undecember? What the hell is the end game? I don't even know what it is. Raids? Is it raids? Maybe I do know. It's raids, right? Something like that. Missed the first couple of the most enjoyable builds. Stream lagged hard.
Fools. Fools.
There are a couple of things to do, but it's raids, right? That's one of them. Rift type things, and then bossing, and then rift things, kind of like TLI season using points. Oh, TLI's whispering season?
Fools.
Every season in Torchlight Infinite, I try to get Battle Pass 60, which is basically where you get all your cosmetic stuff. We got it. I'm 100% done with Whispering Mist. Going mobile to make dinner, all right. Undecember endgame is Chaos Statue, which is similar to PoE mapping. Okay. Okay, wait, is it more similar to PoE mapping or Last Epoch Monolith? My Zeus Paladin is a blast. LP Thornslinger. It's actually really good. Thornslinger's good because it has bleed on hit. Mid roll, high roll. 3 LP Thornslinger. That's 2 3 LPs. Rot Mind and a 1 LP perfectly rolled Herald of the Scurry. Yeah, the Herald's good too. It's also a great controller build. I've never, ever, ever played Ellie on a controller. I feel like if there's any game I'm going to play on a controller, it's going to be PoE 2. Just start from day one and try and get good with it. And we are going to be a witch master. I don't know. We'll see. I forgot to ask Mike my question. What was it? We asked him about if Aura of Decay is getting any love, and he didn't really answer. LE controller is good since it helps me with carpal tunnel. That is good. Yeah, I've said that I will fully switch to controller in all games once my wrists fall apart. So far, I haven't had any wrist problems in my life. Counting my blessings. Thank you. And I've recently switched to all ultralight. So, like, I really up my, what is it? Deep dots per DCI? DCI? Anyways, and then I use my, my super light mouse. It literally feels like nothing. So I barely have to move my mouse, and it feels like nothing. I want to know if I can get settings that automatically show my detailed view of items. Oh, I see. Fire penetration T7 with void. Nope. Melee lightning on fire penetration. Nope. And Wheel of Torment with 1 LP plus 3. Check your Discord message I sent you. Rotten, I can't ask you to do that. It's too... I can't ask you to do that. And I would feel bad because I don't know, like, I don't want you to do that and then I can't actually play. You don't know what? Yeah. I see. My kids are ruined. They're all watching TV and then they're fighting over the iPad charger because you can't nowadays have just one electronic. Let's look at this. What do we got? Flame Ward in its automated, and it needs to be cold so that we can make lightning web. That is perfect, and we are not taking this as a damage dealer in any way because we are not cold. Static. We are not taking it in its nuke because it would eat 200 ward. We could take it in its nuke. Maybe we should. It would cost us 200 mana to trigger it. All right, we'll test that. Right now it's at 336,000 on its tooltip. Lightning Blast. That. That is also a mistake. That should go there. Okay. Flame War, Flame Rush. Transfer into Lightning. That is correct. Runic Invocation. We're not in fire. Runic Invocation, elemental penetration per intelligence. We like that. Mana refunded. Ooh, Lightning Web costs 53 mana. It's expensive. 2. Cooldown recovery. We're going to snag those two, put one here in the mana refund, since we're going to put our nuke in static. Then we're going to put one here on the seconds on our spell buff to 3 seconds from 2. All right, sweet. They could buy more chargers. Just an idea. Remember, there's 3 extra kids in the house. They could let you break uniques down into a currency that lets you restore a failed node in the monolith. Nope. Mike has 100% sold me on not being able to break down uniques. I no longer want that in the game. He really opened my eyes to that one on the development side of things and the cause and effect during the podcast. I used to think that was one of those no-brainers. Why don't they just do this? And he stopped me in my tracks. I no longer want to break down uniques. By the way, everybody, we're almost there. We're there, man. Look at that. Only 44,000 reputation to hit rank 10. We're there, man. These damn kids keep making me miss what build you personally think is the most fun to play. That's okay. I said, well, first off, I said it differs person to person. But if you have not played the Druid Werebear yet, Lightning Werebear, I would start there. I like that one a lot. You can use its movement speed, its movement ability, as much as you want and cast Storm Bolts. It's ridiculous. Werebear is Linda's favorite. It's really fun. Just strictly, I mean, it's good. You can do 200-300 corruption. You can clear all content. But it's just so different and fun. Sweet, I love Druid Tornado in D4. Oh yeah, you're gonna like this a lot. Let's see. LE. Werebear Bolt. It's this one right here. Brow, can you believe it? I'm almost rank 10 in COF. All right, let's see if this changes. Static 336. Static 905,000. Let me just show that one more time. The tooltip for static went from 330 to 905,000 damage. Anything with the bear seems to be Linda's favorite. Linda, listen. I like that one. Nice. We could buff that further too if we wanted to get it over 1 million. Not needed. But every time you hit static, it will cost you 200 mana. So when you want to hit that nuke, you need to be ready. And it will take you negative mana. We are basically already one-shotting everything. All right, everybody. 15 minutes left on today's stream. 15 minutes. Parry, increased fire, increased lightning on a poison. Nope. 69, dude. Where are we at for today's giveaway? I haven't even been able to look because I had to close my browser. We have 26 people in today's giveaway. Good odds. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch, type in !giveaway. Goji's in. Is Goji pretty happy with D4 Campfire today? Woohoo! It's officially the weekend. Oh. Favorite. Those glyphs of despair. That's why COF is good. Singular reason. Sounded okay. We should go get more prophecies, seeing as we have 42,000 favor, but it just takes forever. It's the start of my 1 week holiday. No work for a week, huh? That's nice. Are we fighting Gaspar? I don't know what's happening. Die, Gaspar. Hit him with the nuke. Increase belt, helmet, skill, shield. Class specific, skill shard drop rate. Oh, I hit keep. Oh, whatever. Big week with my daughter doing something fun. The Chain Lightning unique did catch your attention, huh? You're like, what do we have here? Okay, if we can kill this Shade of Oribus right here, it's going to add 124 corruption. Take that. Xathius, hit me with the plan. What are you guys doing? Shade of Oribus just got eaten alive. Oh, that's actually not too bad. Almost perfectly rolled 2 LP. Fate. Got high roll as high as 22. It rolled 21. Aaron, sorry I missed the dev stream. Any more teasers? There was one big thing they shared that you will see during tomorrow's video. But ultimately, what was shared is there is a big change coming to all bosses in the game and how their damage is going to work. Like so vague. They are going to be updating adaptive damage reduction for bosses, and it will now function differently. They're giving all the bosses ward. You'll just have to see it. You'll see it. It is a huge change, though. It is a big change. No, of course. You're very welcome. 3 LP. A 2 LP. Goodbye. You are replaced by a 3 LP. What else do we got? Thorn Slinger. 2 LP. You are replaced by a 3 LP. Dun, dun, done. What else do we got? Can't fit you anywhere. Let's find something to dump. We've got 3 box of Hydra that are 2 LP. We could dump one of those. I see why I kept them. They're all very, very oh, that one's done. Easy decision after I looked at it. I was missing 1 key stat. All right, everybody, 6 minutes left. Doesn't put them together. 6 minutes left on today's stream. Don't forget to get into the giveaway. Get in, don't miss it. You know what we'll do? This is what we're going to do. We are going to finish this singular echo. And then we're going to go over to the observatory and cash in our favor. And then the stream will be done. That's what we got left. Get into the giveaway. Yeah, man. A lot of stuff going through my head right now. Podcast, Dwarven Realms, Last Epoch, Torchlight, Diablo 4 Campfire. Oh, not to mention Autobot. PTR coming on Tuesday for Season 5. It's just so... I mean... I feel like I would have to be a streamer to figure out enough time in the day to play all this stuff. Guess I should watch the Campfire chat. You'll be bored most of it. But you might like some of it. Freeze rate. No. Melee fire with armor shred. Nope. Nope. Endurance and throwing. T7 endurance? No, we're never going to use this crap. Fire penetration, T7. Fire. Fire. Melee fire. All right. Crafted items. We crafted 4 keeps today. See, I'm not hoarding. 4. You're in luck? Me? How high can this build go in corruption? I don't know. I think the highest right now is 370. Something like that. I think it's at 370. All right. Let's go to the observatory. It depends on Aaron's time. That is that is exactly right. Depends how much time you put into it. That's really the correct answer. All right. You have to get into the giveaway by the time it takes me to use 43,000 favor to pick idols and glyphs of despair. Literally, that's all I care about. And mirrors. I guess if there's mirrors. It goes to level fun times 1,000. This is a really fun build. This is my Iron Man. Rune of Refinement. Well, it's easy. Kill Shade. Since you can't craft idols, I want them. Exiled Mage, tier 300 corruption. See, it doesn't want to give me any more despairs. There we go. Kill Lagan. 3 glyphs of despair. Shade of Orbis. Emperor of Corpses. Nope, nope, nope. Exiled Mage. Bad. Come on. There we go. Death. These are the best ones. Death to giant scorpions 6. 6 times 6. A lot of glyphs of despair. Giant scorpions. You see them all the time. Glyph of despair. Elder Gaspar. Emperor of Corpses. $16,000. Abomination, Shade of Orbis. Take Shade of Orbis. Glyph of Despair. So we got like 40 of them today. Death to rare enemy. Down to 10,000. 6,500. Rune of Creation, 7. Deaths to rare enemies, Monolith. Ooh, that's a goodie. 7 mirrors. Oh, that's also a good one. Death to Immortal Eyes, Hybrid Health, Affix Shards. And we out. Okay. This is the closest we have gotten to... Oh, we're done. Never mind. Done. Look at that, everybody. Circle of Fortune. Rank 10. Merchants Guild. Rank 10. We did it. What did we get? Items from prophecies are duplicated. Oh, that's a lot of glyphs of despair coming. That's a lot of glyphs of despair. Oh, did we never actually click the quest for these? Oh, the hell with it. Aaron 1 Ellie, it's D4 time. Damn, both factions rank 10. That is a good feeling. That is a good feeling. All right, let's draw today's giveaway. Your Werebear build is one of my favorites in Last Epoch. Danny, I'm glad you like it. How did the dev chat go today? Blizz killed it today, other than killing the source. Dev chat was good. Mike answered lots of questions and broke down the new boss mechanic coming to all bosses. All right, let's put our stuff away. Boots! Our amazing crafted boots. Go right there. Gloves that are coming to our Holy Smiter build. Right there. Catalysts. Belts, which I need to go through belts. These are getting, it's out of hand, my belts right now. They're bleeding in. I used to not have that many belts, so it was fine for them when rings to share a stash tab. And more boots. 1 LP 21. Switched with a 2 LP 21. All right. Awesome. We went through all of our skills, so these have been adjusted for the refreshed build. Now I got to go through the passives to see if there's anything we want to change there. But all in all, builds at 380-ish corruption, feeling pretty good. This is my Iron Man. Probably. Oh, yeah, I didn't like the helmet. We need more helmets. Yeah, that's the best looking one. Okay, sweet. Let's draw today's giveaway. I assume you're excited for more factions, though. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I'm absolutely excited for more factions. All right, everybody, we're going to go make someone's day, too. A person I don't know is streaming Last Epoch. J15 with 4 people watching. That'll be our raid today. All right. More factions. More factions are not coming at Cycle 2, but more factions are in the works. More factions are in the works. I didn't even know you could get mirrors there. Yeah, that killing those enemies are going to give me 7 mirrors, which is it's so ridiculous. Okay, everybody. If you're watching on YouTube or X, I apologize. You got to pop over to Twitch for just a second. I can only run it through one. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch, type in !giveaway. Starting the countdown, right meow. 1, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 2, 1. And entries are closed. Right now. Ow. Ow. And today's winner is, bam, Circolino. Didn't Circolino win the other day too? No? Circolino. I don't know. That name looks familiar. It's not rigged. It's not rigged. Don't listen to them. It is in fact rigged. Now you guys got Risen already saying it's rigged. It's not rigged. All right, everybody. Saturdays are my day off. I stream 6 days a week. So you will see me back Sunday morning. And man, what a great stream. I do feel mentally tired right now after the week, especially with everything happening and listening to 2 developer streams today. But all in all, when it comes to the world of action RPGs, it is a great place to be a fan right now. Autobot Topper just put the Discord in the chat. And right now we have a giveaway just for entering the Discord, just for being in my Discord. You can win an action RPG hat, and we draw a giveaway going forward every 2 weeks. So join my Discord, almost 4,000 members, and you're going to have to be a part of the Discord anyways for the new Last Epoch community event, the new Treasure Hunt Last Epoch community event starting July 9th. And next Friday, this coming Friday, we have a brand new community event for Dwarven Realms Season 24. There's just so much going on. Get into the Discord. If you need anything, hit me up on Discord. I hope you have all a fantastic weekend. Have a good Friday night, good Saturday, and I will see you all on Sunday. Bye. See ya. Let's go make someone's day. This is going to be a fun raid.